Hello, bud. Thanks for watching. And today, hold up, me bloody things all froze up. There's no surprising. 2 minutes, and we've got a problem. We literally just got into this stream, and my head overhead's just freezed up. So, right, give me 1 minute. Let me just. What's going on with these bloody cameras? Right, we're back up and running. Cool. Okay. Right, so what I've got today, because I've got multiple issues, obviously, I picked up 3 different record players, basically. This is a 1960s, I don't know, it ranged from the mid-60s, I had a 50s, 60s and a 70s. This is a 1960, I'm pretty sure this is a 1963 Dansette vintage record player. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my name from Chill and Relax. I'll just call myself Retro Repairs, because 9 out of 10 it's all retro stuff that I've got. It's really, I don't deal with modern material. There's too many channels dealing with modern material. I don't see enough channels dealing with enough retro. So I thought, well, I've got stacks of it, so I probably will be changing my name to Retro Restores, because that's what I seem to be doing lately, is just restore everything back to the way it originally was. And because it's 9 out of 10 it's all retro stuff, this is a beautiful work of art. This is a, like I said, it's a Dansette. I'm pretty sure there's no sort of like tickets on this, but this is a beautiful piece. Again, don't see many of these too often now, and these are now declining, which 9 out of 10 with all retro stuff, because it declines, means it's harder to get hold of parts, which I found that out with my Sharp radio when it went bang and it took the power amplifier out, which the old boy told me. He said, no, it's gone. He said, you're not going to be able to get the part for that. He said, so, which is a shame, because I just replaced all the belts on it, got it all back up running, and I'm afraid it went. This has got, with others, it has got multiple issues. So the issue that this one's got, it probably needs a belt. These probably, you're right, it probably will need a belt on this. Give this one a minute ago. So yeah, but I haven't inspected this. All I've done was plugged it in. I opened it up, basically, and I must have tried it, because I put a note in here and I said no sound. The tone works, but it's crackling, and it needs a new wire, because as is usual, this is the old stranded corded wires, probably the 1960s. So I'm going to be swapping it over for a much more isolation. Again, 2-core stranded. At the end of it, I'll just cut the plug off and I'm going to renew it, because this ain't one. That's not. I wouldn't trust that. I just wouldn't. At the end of the day, yeah, you new wire. Yeah, so I'll swap the wire over. Now, for what I'm doing a bit of researching on these old machines. Yeah, maybe it needs a new needle. Yes, now I can get styluses. That's one good aspect. You can buy cartridges and a new belt. Now, when it comes to, I'm pretty sure, now, when it comes to no sound, sometimes they said the cartridge can go bad. Now, I don't know if that's actually true. It won't produce no sound. But I do know these do have a power amplifier to give it. It's because, again, these rely on to boost the sound, obviously, you know, the thing on it. So what I need to do first is just to test that these wires, I mean, I can't see why not, but there's wires underneath this arm, and obviously, let's see if I can try and plug it over and you can clearly see what I mean. Now, sometimes these wires actually break. Now, they're so fragile, they are really ultra thin. So what I need to do is test continuity to see if none of these wires are broke. I personally think these are all fine, because this has not been mucked about with. Give me a minute, I'm just getting a drink. No worries, bud, you go and get a drink. And I personally think that this is going to be a chip that's gone inside it. Probably to do with when it comes to the sound. I personally think it's going to cause an issue. It's going to cause, why we're not going to get any sound. But as usual, I'm going to plug her in and I can show you the exact problem that this has got. It does work. Believe it or not, it does work. Before I do that, actually, let me just quickly test this plug at the end of it and see how we got on with these stuff. So let me just fucking state this plug. Jesus, even this plug's it's in a right mangled mess. I'm not happy with the way these. I can't even get a screwdriver in it. It's so worn out. It's unbelievable. Nope. I can't even get a bloody screwdriver in it. The pin is just worn like you wouldn't believe. The screw itself. Yeah. It's just, I just want to inspect the plug. Jesus. I can't wonder at it. I mean, at the end of it, this is obviously, I mean, it's 100% original. Look, it's even got bugs in there. I mean, that's just in the wire. Bloody hell, it's even got the old original, what is that, 13 amp? It's the original 13 amp fuse, right? Unbelievable. That fuse is probably, it's been in there since the radio at the end of it. But again, I will change that wire. We got a bit missing out of the plug anyway, which is probably not going to help. I mean, these are Bakelite. These probably are like a form of Bakelite on these. So no, it's all right for testing purposes, and I'll show you what's wrong with it at the end of it. Now I've got another 1950s, and it's in much better condition than this 1960s, and I've got 1970s, but I already had a look at the 1970s one, and again, you can barely hear it, so it's probably going to be the preamp that's gone on this one. Yeah, them old plugs, they're bigger. They're not. They are worth. They're worth a big on eBay. Yeah, again, we're looking at these old type of systems at the end of the day. But I'll show you. It is partly working, right? So I'll switch it on so you can hear all the sound. So I know all the sound's coming through because I'm using a 4K cam. I'm not using the other one. It just keeps out. It sounds like I was in Mickey Mouse land. Andy was laughing, he thought it was hilarious. It did sound funny. So again, we've got volume and tone, but the volume's also you on and off. You can hear a hum. Now when you hear a hum, sometimes that hum, they said it could be a bad cartridge. Now I don't know if that's true or not. If that is the case, I don't know if the preamp's good on these, because again, you have to have a preamp to boost that signal to get out. But if the cartridge has gone bad, you won't get nothing, he said. So he said that could be a possibility. But we've got, it's not too bad with the crackling. It does crackle. Alright, so let me show you this. I don't know if this is actually working. No? So we've got a busted belt. So straight away, so what's this? So that switches off. Obviously you can see the mechanism. So it's on 33. Who the bloody hell uses 16 inch records? Got 33, 45 and 78. But obviously I can hear it. It might just be a bad port on the, because obviously that's obviously not helping. So we need to address that. And it is working. Look, it's spinning round. Look, the belt is slow. So So first things first, I might have to take that apart. Now, if I remember correctly, I had one of these on my selector when it comes to my other preamp, and that had the exact same issue where it was jumping all over the place, very crackly, and it wasn't picking the sound up properly. So what I basically done, I unsoldered it from the board, took the back off very carefully because they're made of carbon, and I did manage to clean all the contacts with some IPA and just ever so slightly use 3000 grit paper to take the top layer off and put it all back together, and it's still working from this day. So this could be a simple thing as that. This is why it can't pick the sound up properly, because again, due to all this, because if that ain't making great connection, it won't bring the sound through. So the preamp might be okay, but we need to address the issues that these have. Remember, these were donations at the end of it, so again, we don't know the history. The chances are that, but that's working now. Look, because if I click auto, oh, then the belt stops. So the belt is obviously not powerful enough to run that, to bring that arm over. And once you sort of help it, it turns off. So we have got some issues that I will have to try and address. This is going to be a challenging time. I didn't even know there was a record in it. I didn't even know that. What's that? It's got the big Concerto movie themes. So 1972, bloody hell, the year I was born. So there you go. So we've got a 1972 record in there. This is as old as me. So I'll turn that off. I'll unplug it. Obviously, we're going to need a few things for this record player at the end of the day. So they use these old fucking shitty plastic Macs. I mean, again, now it's got on there 200 to 250 volts AC, 0.07 amps, 10 watts. So this is the original Mac, but look at the state of it. So chances are I'm going to end up putting that in the ultrasonic cleaner and giving that a clean. We need to take looking at this. Now this is where I'm going to need more light now, because obviously you guys are not going to see, because the way I've built this bloody bench, I've got a shelf sticking out with all my crud on it, and this ain't obviously the best sort of angle, but if I try and move it and get it in the angle there, you might be able to get a little bit better sort of way of the way these things are working. But I'm going to take, I think, rule number one first. Let's see if I can try and take this platter out, right? Because I'll guarantee this belt's going to be stretched like you wouldn't believe. And I have got some other issues, so I just didn't want to get round to this yet, because just in case. But now let me make sure that nothing comes off. No, it's not too bad, right? So looking at this and that front, why is the camera stopped? Hold up, sorry guys, the bloody thing froze up again. Let me pop this. Every time I move that camera, it seems to give me headaches for some reason. It's, you know, 4K camera. Yeah, right, okay. Desktop. Deactivate, activate it. No, I pulled nothing out of that at the end of it. Right. Activate the camera. No. We've got nothing on. For some reason, the camera is not now working. As usual, it usually don't. Oh, let's pull that down for a minute. What do you end up doing to trying to do the stream, and then let's unplug it. There we go. So you guys can now see. Cool. So now you can see what I'm now. Every time I move it, it seems to like I might have to take this back to Argos, because that camera wasn't cheap, that 4K one. It was about 90 quid, and that was in a sale. So I'm in my rights to take this back. So I've not stripped this. All I've done was to basically just to plug it in and see what the main issue is on this front. So obviously there's no platter underneath here, like there's no belt system. So it looks like the belt runs off this little drive belt here that runs off this motor, basically, that ends up driving the cog. Is that right? Yeah, so we've got a cog system. That's what it spins on. So the belt runs on the outside, and that's what it looks like it does. That then drives this, which then turns this for the mechanism to do with the arm and all of the auto. I mean, this all needs re-greasing. It's dry as anything. It's really stiff. Not like stiff, but it's stiff enough that it needs probably some little gear oil. I'd probably put that in this at the end of the day. So we know we've got nothing underneath here. The chances are it's all going to be on the underside, which I'm going to have to take apart. I need access to the switching, so I'm going to leave this off. The only thing I'm worried about is this arm. Oh, that's all right, it clips. I didn't know that clips in. So it's just basically, you just push it, and I just see the little clip in there. So now I've already put charge in this, so the chances are the capacitors, yeah, and that front. So I'm going to have to flip it over. Unless I don't think I can gain access to underneath it. I think I have to gain access from the top. No, it's sealed. So that indicates that this, you have to activate, you have to take all the screws out from inside. So I can see 4 Phillips. So then I assume this then just sits in the case. You can just take the whole lot out. Well, you know, that's going to have to be the case because I need access to it anyway. I'm just hoping that these can be restored, because if the preamp or the cartridge, I might have an issue with the cartridge. I don't think I can get the cartridge for these, but we'll cross that bridge. Let's see if we can try and improve it. This has never ever been apart, never ever. And the reasons why I say it's never been apart, these screws are rusty as hell. They are seriously rusted up. I mean, I'm not joking. You can tell if something's been in that long, you can see the chrome bit, the part of the dull bit at the top, but inside, yeah, this is just sat around. Chances are this is probably sat in a loft, not in a. I don't think it's been in a garage. I reckon this has been up in a loft and just totally forgotten about at the end of the day. That always worries me when I hear that crack, and I think, oh god. But I think I'm going to change my name to instead of Chill and Relax. I'm going to call myself Retro Restores, because, like I said, I think that'll suit this channel right down. Because everything I seem to be doing lately, it's just all retro gear at the end of it. Now, am I right in saying that these screws are tensioners, because obviously it takes the bounciness out of this, and I think you can adjust him to make it more not so bouncy, so that when the toner arm goes down on this front. But now there's no screws at the back, no screws at there's a bloody, what was that? I thought that was a key there for a minute. Just let me double check. No screws, it's just a hinge system. So basically, there's another 2 at the top. I thought, why isn't that coming out? They've put, so that's what we got. So we got 4, so it's six screws in total. 6. I like seeing all the retro stuff. I love it. I mean, you know, I wish there was more channels when it comes to retro stuff. I mean, everyone wants to see a laptop being repaired. Don't get me wrong, that is cool, but you don't get to see all this wonderful stuff, and it's a shame because now it's a dying breed. You know, like you said, I don't see many on there. I'm not saying it's not on the algorithm with YouTube, but I don't see many people trying to actually try and put all this old stuff back together. Right, now this is going to be fun, isn't it? Right, does this come off? Yes, it does. So it's a cap. Otherwise, it's going to rip against that, and it won't probably come off. Now, this is going to be fun. Yes, I was right. Right. Jesus, there's not much in this. And I've never took this apart, so you guys are along with me. This is the first time I took that off. And there is no belt. No belt on this whatsoever. Wow. Now, I honestly thought that would have a belt. So if that indicates to me, right, now this is the transformer that delivers. Obviously 240 goes into this. Obviously you've got your voltage goes in and then comes out, because looking at this, this is where them thin wires will go to from the toner arm down to this. There is voltage going in, and I can see it is coming, so it looks like it goes out, it goes straight down, so it's not coming into this. I thought it would have gone into that transformer, but it's probably, this is the residual. I'll do some testing on it. But if that transformer is weak, that could be due to the capacitors. Obviously it might need, you know, changing. They've probably tried up. If this is 1960s, the chances are this is probably never been changed. It's still all original. And looking at them screws and the way this dirt is, I'm going to say, yeah, that's the case. So I honestly thought these would have had a belt, because the mid 60s would have been around about, been about right on that front. But these, obviously now it makes sense that this is driven obviously by magnets, so it's not got enough spin to pull that round on that. So that could be a capacitor issue, not putting enough voltage in to give it its correct voltage to come out, to give that just a little bit. And looking at all of this is dry as anything. I mean, it's literally, there's no grease on there, there's no lithium grease, none, because it's all mechanical. I can see straight away this here is supposed to be lithium grease. For what little it is, it's dried up at the end of it. Again, all round these mechanisms round here. So again, this is probably not going to help when it comes to try and turning that platter on that front. Obviously you've got your gear selectors, there's nothing in between that because it's all dried up. Ideally, what you really want to do is take all this apart, and it really just wants a proper clean, a deep clean, then proper lithium grease. So I have got some lithium grease, he says. I've got some somewhere. Probably buried at the back. Is it buried at the back? No. Don't know where my grease is. Don't tell me it's around my mum's. But I probably I've got some, which is not great, but I've also got some gear oil. So I could smear a little bit of grease, and it will help it. I mean, at the end of it, it will definitely help. So re-greasing this and re-oiling this should solve that issue. Oh, excuse me, fucking indigestion is fucking chronic. I'll get it really bad. But fuck me, look. Guess what? I just looked in here. There's a fucking, oh, excuse my language. There's a bloody valve. What is the chances of seeing a valve? That's amazing. No, I honestly thought I was making that up, and it's smacked right in front of me. A bloody valve. Wow. So this is valve driven. I've never seen that. It's the first one I've ever seen to come across. It's got a bloody valve in. That's there's nothing in it. I mean, it's got that vintage smell. I love that vintage smell, but Jesus, that's got a valve in it. If that packs up, right, I don't think I can even get a valve. I don't think I can even get a valve. And I did say that will have an old capacitor. I bet that capacitor is dried as anything. It's hardly got any resistance in it. It looks like 25 volt, 25 microfarad. I think I've got some of them. I'll have to double check, but it's got some ceramic capacitors, but these, it's got a resistor there. I bet these are all dried up as well. These are probably not in the greatest condition. There's hardly anything in this machine. I mean, that is shocking. But that crackling, I need to take this mechanism out. and literally undo that, because it's got green crust all over it, and I reckon that's inside. So I've never seen, out of all the years, that's the first valve I've ever owned on a machine it's got valves in. I've never seen that before. That one's really threw me off, because most of the 1960s they stopped using valves since the pre-war, which would have been end of war, early 50s, but not 60s. 60s they started to modernise all the components, and they did in the early 70s. So, but I've not known them to still use valves except in really old like equipment, but you don't really see it that often. But yeah, that's amazing. It's got the original valve on there, and I can see it. It has got made in Great Britain. Wow, it's made in Great Britain, and that's the original valve on that. What is the chances of actually seeing that valve in that condition? But there's hardly. I honestly thought, one, there would have been a belt, and two, to actually thought there would have been more gubbins in this. There's hardly anything in it. It's just got a little bit mechanical, and that's all the electric works, which is hardly anything, because it looks like the transformer. Let me grab my multimeter, make sure that there ain't no voltage going. But what's the chances of that? I mean, that's unbelievable. That's really surprised me. I am really, really surprised. But yeah, unreal. Absolutely unbelievable. Really am surprised on that front, because I honestly thought. Let me zero it. It's on millivolts at the minute. I need to change that to AC. Just double check, probe it on that, and see if we got any coming out of their components. Let's just touch that. We've got nothing on there. Let me put it to a millivolt. Right. Into it. Let's just see if I can probe it. Nothing. I reckon that capacitor is, again, he's shot to pieces. That capacitor is well dried up. I mean, like I said, I've never took this apart. All I've done was plugged it in on that front. But it all needs to. There's not much of it to come out, to be totally honest. I might have to take a picture of the wiring diagram for the speaker, because I don't want to damage. You probably won't even get a bloody speaker for this. But I'll need to take these. Look like they go on the speaker section of this. Again, transformer that goes to that powers all this up. But I would say, definitely looking at that, it says can negative. So when it says can negative, does that mean the outside is negative? I mean, it's probably so. That's the original. I'm going to say, yeah, probably can negative would be, without googling it, can negative would be outside the casing. So it's just earthed out. Well, I suppose if you look at a most modern capacitor, they'll all be can negative. It would be earthed out against the sleeve, and all they do, they just put like a sleeve over it, basically, and just cover it in plastic. But it won't. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that's the way it is. Can negative is on that. It probably would be the outside to try and give its resources. But looking at that circuitry, Jesus, there's not much on it. But I need to take a quick picture, and let me take a picture of that so I can get these wires, and if I can zoom in, because I need to put these back exactly the same way I took them off. Cool. But so first things first, let me get my soldering iron, which is right behind where I need to get to. Yeah, it had to be, didn't it? What's the chances? I've never seen one. That is the first radio I've ever come across to have literally a valve stuck inside it. They normally have all the modern stuff like capacitors, resistors, obviously you've got your transformers, but everything else. But it would have had a lot more than that. There's hardly anything in this machine. And again, This is the only machine I've ever known not to have a belt. Normally these have belts, and in the 60s they would have put belt one in. So we could just have a simple issue, which makes my job a lot easier, because then that makes it, I can eliminate the issues that I've managed to get. Is now I can say, right, well then it ain't this, it ain't the preamp at the end of the day. The chances are it could just be a manky switch. Obviously it can't get the sound through with all them terminals. And look at the way this is, I would say this has never ever been touched. But yeah, great. It's really cool now, I've got to admit. It's really, really cool. But valve, wow. Let me switch this on. I've got to try. I've got to try to get. Let me try to get to. Why does everything have to be so bloody awkward when you're trying to get to something? Right, that's switched on. Cool. That new soldering iron gets hot within seconds. It's really good. It's one of the best ones of it. Again, if you want to recommend get a good soldering iron, that one I've ordered off from the AliExpress. Luke at Retro 6, he done a review. Now he knows his stuff. Obviously, he tries all different stuff all the time. And he's expensive soldering iron. Now all his stuff is premiership, so it's well out of our budget. You're not going to afford, like, he's got an 8K camera that was £6,000. You're not going to go around spending. I don't think none of us YouTubers are going to have anything like on that scale. That's way out of our budget. But this being a cheap soldering iron, it was only about 70 quid. And I'll tell you what, it's what they call precision soldering iron. And this is great. It's got a really tiny tip, and it's great for doing soldering and micro soldering, and that's what you want. And it's really light. So I'm hoping that was just. Oh, let me unsolder this. That solder is going to be original. It's not even going to be. This has got to come off because I want to get all this out. It's all got to be sorted. That's at 400 Celsius. You've got to get it up. Take this out. Now, this looks like to me, this has been passed through. It has. It's got to pass through. So again. It's lovely and light though. I'll give it that. This is much better. This is a much better soldering iron than my other one. God, that smell. Yeah, that's the original lead. That's lead. I'm breathing in bloody lead. That's lead. I can even smell it. That stinks. That's not like the modern soldering iron. That's the old traditional lead solder. That's it. She's undone. Right. Cool. Let me pull that back in. I'm going to leave that on because I know I'm going to need to get to it. Now, what I'm worried about, obviously I've got to change this wire. So there's multiple things that need to be done on here. But the first thing is take the transformer out. I'm going to have to can this valve come out? Can you take these? I think you can take these valves out. I've got to be careful because I don't want to bust this valve. It'll be game over. I'm going to wiggle it ever so slightly. Yep, she's out. So this is the original valve that's probably from 1963. This is older than me, this valve. And you can actually see it says made in Great Britain. And it's an old it's a BVA. It's got a part number EL84. What's that? Mallard. Well, I thought that was named after a duck. I mean, you know, a mallard. But yeah, unbelievable. Even the pins ain't the greatest. Looking at them pins, they're really gone black and tarnished. So I would say that this is 100%. It's never been seen light of day. Probably since the day it got bought. At the end of it, I mean, obviously the hospice, we can't sell things like this at the end of the day. So I make them good donations because I end up buying it and I take a gamble at the end of the day. But then what I do is, like I do with all my stuff, I just like it for content, and if I can get it restored and put it back, it goes back to the hospice and they create, and they get good money. So sometimes I sell it on their behalf and I've made some fantastic money, and it goes to multiple charities. It don't just go to one charity, it goes to multiple charities. So if I can restore this will be great, because it's not as if I don't need none of this, because I've got my Pioneer 1210s over there, the original decks from 1984, and I've got 2 of them, and they are PD1s. They're really nice and they work lovely. They've got such a lovely sound on them, because they use magnets, what they call a direct drive at the end of it. So we'll have to do a capacitor upgrade kit on that at some point, but I don't really want to upset it at the moment while it's working. But this will need looking at, because this was going to be ready to go to the scrap, which I'm glad now I saved it, and hopefully I can restore it. I'll do my best. There's no guarantee with all this old vintage stuff. So first thing first, I need to put this safe where I don't want this broke, because I'll tell you now, I have not got no valves, and I'll have to clean it, because valves won't like greasy fingers and that. So yeah, it really I'm gonna have to see if I can try and I'll put it up on the shelf. That's it. I'll put it up on the shelf and it can stay up there. Cool. Now I ain't got to worry about this ever breaking, because they got them little filter tips. If you crack that, it's game over. Unless you've got another valve on it. I'm not saying that you probably can't buy valves. I don't know, because again, value wise, I'm not 100% sure. I'd rather just leave it while it's working, because it obviously was working. Well, I'm hoping it was working. I just had an But I was really surprised that this did not have a belt at the end of it. But that capacitor, the capacitor will have to come out, and I'll have to test its value. But the chances are that I would say that there's not going to be much left in it. There's literally hardly anything in this. It's all bloody. It's just all cabinet at the end of the day. Right, now again, careful with wires, but that should give me more room there to gain access to the bottom. Take this out. So first things first, I'll need to take that. Yeah, well that'd help, wouldn't it? First things first, let me this is the only thing with my phone. It ding dongs all day long. Your order's been updated. I just had to order some belts for a ground dig reel to reel. I forgot all about it. It was stuck in a corner, and I went, oh yeah, I was supposed to get belts for that. I've just ordered them. £14 for a set of 3 belts on that front. So not too bad, manageable. Now these should just, God, again, these have never ever been off. And I don't hate forcing things, because it don't feel right that if these don't come off willy-nilly, then the chances are that you're going to end up breaking something, and I don't like. These are not coming off, and I've normally, some of these dials, normally what they have is like a little screw to basically, so that, let me move the camera over and I can show you guys so you can just quickly see. I'm trying to get the front of these off from here, so just basically trying to pry it, but they normally have like a little screw, and sometimes you need like a tensioner screw that goes on the spline that's got a dip, and it normally goes into the groove so it stops it from being pulled off. But sometimes I reckon, look, these ones don't have that, because I've just looked at the dial and there's nothing on it unless they put something behind. Let me just get me torch and have a quick look. I'm really shocked. A valve. I've never ever seen a valve. Never. That's the very first one I've ever come across, a radio to have a valve and not to have a belt, especially a record player. at the end of the day. No, this is now I've got to be careful because these are what they're like they're like a Bakelite. Bakelite was hard, but that don't feel like Bakelite to me. That feels like really hard plastic that's probably from 1963. I would say 100% that is all original, and these don't take too kind for breaking. So I've got to just gently keep teasing it until it comes out. So what I need is one side and one the other. Basically, these are reasons why I like these spatulas to put them on. So it just helps to tease it. It just eases it ever so carefully, and I just tease it so it's coming out, and that is coming out. I can see it is moving, but I don't want to go too mad and break the shaft. I can see that it's going. Have we got any clips behind? No, it's just the way they've manufactured it. It's sitting onto this plastic spline. So I'm going to keep doing it until this comes out. Bloody no. Yeah, I would say vintage stuff is much more. It's much more entertaining because you don't get to see any of this lovely old stuff. But that, yeah, this is coming off. You know what it is? It's years of years where this has been stuck on. It's wedged. It really is wedged, and it is coming off the spline because it is virtually now half hanging out, which I don't think you guys can see. Let me put the torch on it and you can actually see it yourself. I've managed to, it's sticking out probably about that much, so you know it is gradually going. Just got to keep continuing. It's so seized up on that shaft. This is why I said to you, don't go mad with these. So I want a bigger one now. Take a bigger one. That's it, and she's off. So basically, I was right in doing what I just done there, and I'm glad I didn't, because looking underneath there, because I'd never be able to replace these at the end of it. So these are a tensioner clip, basically, and you won't be able to get the tensioner clips off, because again, as soon as you take that off, they're so sprung loaded on there, right? Look, I can't even, that won't even budge. If I try budging it, I guarantee I'll end up busting that plastic. So I'm glad I did what I did there and take it all off. Because to get to these, I've got to run, obviously these have got to come out on that front, but you know, obviously you won't be able to take it out from the behind because obviously the dial's stopping it. But unbelievable. Bloody valve. What is the chances of seeing a valve in an old in a 1960s system? I didn't honestly, my honest opinion, I didn't honestly think they would. What's your car for? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, working on a really old record player, and I just took you missed a really good bit there. Just took a valve, and I'll show you the valve. Let me show you the valve. It's got a bloody valve in it. It's got an old valve. And I thought, well, it was crackling and the platter weren't spinning. But look, made in Britain. What's the chances of seeing an old lovely valve in that? And that's what I was saying about earlier on, about these tips. They're obviously made from a glass factory and they're vacuum sealed. So I didn't really want to break that because chances are I won't get that working. It probably won't. So I've got, as I said in the previous description, I'm trying to get, I probably ain't going to end up, I mean, obviously this now ain't got a belt because due to the mechanism, I mean, I've got to change that wire for one, but this don't have a belt. So there's no belt on this at all, literally none, because all we've got is a hum. And the chances are that hum could they actually, come to think about it now, right? It obviously, I'm going to do the volume and sort the volume side out, but what if the valves go bad? Because again, a valve could go actually bad at that point, because if it does, if a valve's issuing power, that would give a hum as well. That's an EL84. I think that's what they call an amp valve. Yes. Can you still buy them amp valves? I mean, because again, I've just got a hum coming from this, and that's all I've got. It's just basically a hum. If a valve goes bad, I suppose it wouldn't put the correct voltage going through. I mean, it's got an old capacitor in there. Looking at that, because that capacitor says can negative, and I'm pretty sure it's can negative. That means it's earthed on the outside, a can negative. But a lovely old valve. I mean, I've never seen one. This is 1963, so you know it's really quite early 60s on that. But trying to get this off these dials, because these are like a Bakelite. I mean, it's a tough plastic, but I would never be able to. I mean, I had to tease that out very carefully. Everything on there is seized. All I've done was plugged it in just to test it, see what was wrong, because the hospice couldn't sell it because obviously it wasn't working. Well, I'm not surprised. Not if it had a valve in at the end of the day. So hopefully I can get this one restored and I can get this one sold for the hospice. So, which would be great. Because I don't, like I said, I've got another one. I've got a 1950s, and it's bigger than this, and that's sitting up there. And I've got a 1970s, so there was 3 that I picked up. What's that? Soz missed out, and most of it said was worth sorting out. Yeah, Pete. Yeah, so yeah, the definitely looking at this. Lovely vintage stuff, but I've got to get this has got to come out, because I need to take this switch apart and clean it, because that humming is hardly making, it's just crackling, it's just making hardly any noise from this switch. So I reckon the carbon, it's so carbonated behind in that switch, it will need taking apart very carefully. Fucking look, I'm bending me bloody spatula. I mean, that's how much these are, but I've got to be so careful, because I don't want to break that switch on it. Yeah, look. Yeah, Pico Tech Repairs, hey? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Dick, you can get the NOS valves. Just check them on eBay, but I don't think they seem cheap. They're about £20 for one. What? Wow. The valves are expensive. Jesus, for one valve? Yeah, they probably are. I mean, that's why I didn't want to bust that. I mean, just in case if that is working. But the valves, I mean, valves do go bad now, but they normally are pretty good, but they don't take much banging around. I don't know the history of this. Looking at this and taking these screws out, the screws are rusty. Looking at them, they're rusty as hell. They've never obviously been out of this machine. And 2, I would say this has been sitting in a loft and it's just forgotten about. And obviously, probably someone's beloved record player, and when they've sort of passed on, they've thought, we've got to clear the loft, dig it out the loft, because we get a lot of that come in the hospice, that they end up getting their grandkids to come in and clear out their places at the end of the day. And you know, and that was the same when I went down to Hertfordshire to pick that record player up. At the end of the day, it was his dad's record player, and he said he had that since new, and I can vouch for it. But it was just, unfortunately, the power amplifier has now gone bang, and I can't get the original part for that. You can get a cheap Chinese part, but as the old boy said, he's had multiple of them type of Chinese parts. He said it'll only work for a very short while, it'll go again. He said they put really cheap components in. He said the chances are, he had a good look online, because he deals with a lot of vintage stuff. He said, unfortunately, he said, be prepared that you might not be able to get the part for it. And yeah, he's right, we couldn't get the part, so, which is a shame. So I restored it to a certain point and got all the record player working, but that was put on a live stream, and that's when it went bang, and that bang was the power amplifier, which was such a shame. Such a shame. So I've got to try and tease this one. This is so seized on this shaft. I was going to start in the 1950s because it's more beautiful than this, which is a lovely machine. And I do like I said, but keep it through your eyes out for another one. It's pretty for parts only. Lucky enough, the amp might be okay. Yeah, it's a possibility. It's around my mum's at the end of the day. So, because like I said, now I've restored it, it is working to a certain degree. That hum is just not got enough power now to get the sound audio out. You can the cheapest one I've seen on there, again, all parts only, it's about £35 and £10 shipping. So I'm looking 45. But again, you don't know if they might have the same issue at the end of the day. And that's the trouble. Jesus. These are so seized. Let me move this camera up a bit and you can clearly see what I'm doing. I'm trying to tease, right? I'm actually trying to tease the switch off because there's no, it has to sit on that spline, and looking at this has got a metal clip, and as I said earlier on, this metal clip here is so sprung on, if I try and pop that off, I'll break that bloody connector, and there's no way I'm going to be able to get this part here. And this is the trouble when I'm dealing with vintage stuff, you know, because like you said, it's not a modern component. So I've got to try and ease it gently. It's just seized on solid on that spline, and it is going. It's just going ever so slight. It don't seem to. It's got to come off. The trouble is, I do need it off, so I can take this out and then unsolder it once I take this mechanism. I mean, that wire's got to be changed. Obviously, you can't use this wire. It's just like old. Yeah, and you'll get the clip out without it breaking. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. That's where it's sprung, loaded on that probably brass spline, because that's made out of brass. They used brass on these back in the days, where now everything's plastic or just metal. But these the early 50s, 60s and 70s, they did use brass. I mean, everything on there. Yeah, what did I say earlier on? I said this might be a 62, right? I'm hoping the camera don't shot, right? Look at what I just found. Right, let me have a look. Right in that corner, it says 6223. So this is the year 1962. The day was 23rd of what, I don't know, but it's got literally 62 written on it. So this is 1962. So this is 100% original on that front. So I would definitely say that this is definitely not being tampered with. I could definitely vouch for that on that front. But I've just literally, while I was looking, while I was doing that, I went, wow. This is going, guys. It's just, I've got to really tease it carefully here, because, you know, dealing with all this vintage stuff, it don't take much to break it. At the end of it. The 23rd week, yes, from 1960. So this record player, well, it actually had a record inside it, because I didn't even know it had a record inside it. The record is the same date as mine, the year I was born, 72. At the end of the day, so it had a record in there, and to top that, the record player is older than me, so it makes me feel younger. So yeah, definitely. But I wanted to do. I was going to thought, what should I do, the 1950s or the 1960s record player? Because I've got 3 of them sitting on top of the wardrobe, because I haven't got round to sorting these out yet, because I was doing the Lego. While they're on the Black Friday sale, I wanted to grab the other one, but that was fun putting that took over 5 hours, just doing a 271 piece bloody set. This is going, but I've got to be careful. I don't want to damage the case, and I also don't want to break the shaft. Now, there she goes. Yes, she's out. God, that is seized on there. That shaft is absolutely seized. The lithium grease is so dried up. I would say that makes sense, because looking at all of this, I mean, look how small that little platter is. I mean, that's ridiculous on that. I mean, it's literally, you know, putting these bits on. And again, looking at the rubber mat, this is a 1960s mat at the end of the day. I'll probably end up putting that on the ultrasonic cleaner. I mean, that was supposed to use double-sided tape. Oh, yeah, that's probably been in there since the day it got manufactured. Right, the good aspect is I didn't break the switches. The only thing is the dials are really bad. They look like they used paper and they just stuck it on, which I'm not going to be able to do a lot about, unfortunately, because there's all white crust behind it. And looking at this transformer, it's fucking not only rusty. I mean, they was only going to be scrapped anyway, so I thought I'll take a chance. I'll give them, I think, what did I put in? I put £5 in for donation at the end of the day, and it was worth that. Look, there's a possibility if this can't be restored, it'll still get auctioned off for spare parts, but at least if I can give it the best treatment I can by re-oiling all of that at the end of the day, it might help someone out. They might have one and think, bloody hell, I need the bits off this. So at the end of it, because we're always getting bits in coming in the hospice, but I'll need to just address, see if it'd be nice, it'd be great if I can get this working. Sorry guys, I know you can see my big head, but I need to gain access to that that old smell. It's got that old vintage smell. Oh, Jesus, now it's not coming out. I would definitely say this has not been apart. Definitely. No, the screws fucking just going round and round in circles as usual. Yeah, no surprise there. So I might have to use just a spatula behind it and just tease it. See if we can try to. There she goes. They're rusty. They're really rusty. There she goes. She's out. Oh my god. Yeah, the screws are rusty as hell on this. I mean, look, it's even got one of the old bulbs in there. Oh, that's for the light, isn't it? Right, looking at there now. What is the idea? What's this? This has got made in Germany. I don't know what that is. Again, I haven't got a clue. I'll show you in a minute. Let me see if we can try and get this out. Because I do need to... is there a way of taking this apart from there? What's that? The white one is for, what's that, earth? So we got, no, it looks like it goes to the volume. Yeah, so one's going to, yeah, right, I see. So one of this white one here, right, that you can see here, looks like it's going to the part of the board. And you can actually see it looks like it connects to the part of the, yeah, actually let me move it up a little bit more so you guys can see. Right, so the white wire here that I'm taking, it's coming off from this switch and it's going on to where the toner arm goes. So I assume this one's an earth, the other one, so these are probably both earth, or they could use that as a pickup or something, I don't know, but on that front. But I mean, I've unsoldered the speaker, so the speaker's not an issue, but I do need, what we could do is take for the time being, which I can now do, let me take that out, let me put that down here, right, and now we can get rid of the casing, because there's nothing in there except for the speaker. It goes to show now that the can actually have a look. So let me move it up. So it has got the old Tempo AC mains. So it's got Great Britain. It's got British made. So I know for a fact it's 100% genuine on the front of that. So we can get rid of this anyway. So because there's nothing in it except for a speaker. Thing like it's more cabinet than anything, which I'm really surprised. So. The main problem is going to be, now I've got a little bit more room to work on. So first things first, we need to find out where this wire is going. Right, let me just move this up a bit. Right, that's better, so you guys can see. So first things first, I need to rectify, change this wire, because that plug is not in the greatest condition. It's split and it's cracked all round the side. I think it might be Bakelite. I mean, even the bloody plug's original. It's got made in England and it's got 1963 written on the plug. Wow. See, we've got 1963 NK, the old NK plugs from 1963. So the chances are this plug's 100% original. It went with a record player. But they've knotted part of the stuff that goes through. But yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, lay it out and take photos of the wiring goes to increase, just in case you forget. I think that's a sensible move. I'll do that with anything anyway, Pico. So the chances are, I probably will. I'm just worried about. I'm hoping that valve ain't gone bad, because you know the capacitor will have to come out. I mean, obviously, I've got to do something this now. What I'm more worried about on these, right, the way they done the old vintage stuff. Now, obviously, this is the gubbins of the whole of the record player, which is ridiculous. I mean, that's it. That's all that's running it, basically. You've got two transformers, a transformer going onto a transformer. One transformer, the power comes in, goes out, then goes into a small transformer, which is unbelievable. But the wires, obviously, for power side, it looks like, if memory serves me correctly, now obviously this is the original plug that comes with it. That looks like the power goes directly straight into the actual switch. Did they used to do that? Because again, I've never seen that before. I mean, one output's got two. You're going to laugh at this, right? The little red thin wire, it's got 250 volts coming out. So this is going in and that's coming out on a tiny little bit of stranded copper wire, and it's rigid, you can feel it. But it looks like it's being bypassed by, again, coming out of that wire, it goes into that transformer, which I've never seen that. Common sense that you'd put 250 volts straight into a transformer, not through a switch. So, they must have engineered it like it, but I've never seen that sort of transform outwards to do anything like that. Obviously, there's going to be multiple layers in here, which I'm really worried, because this is where the crackling is. So I've got to try and clean that inside, because obviously this is where the crackling is coming out. So I might have to, won't use IPA, I will use the WD-40 fast drying contact cleaner, which I'll probably end up using. So I know that would be safe to use on that, because like you said, if the voltage is going in, it's also controlling the volume as well. So there should be probably multi-layered boards in there. You'll have probably one board that's sandwiched, about 3 boards sandwiched together. The only downside to that is, if them terminals are not in the greatest, this is why I've hardly got any sound coming out of it. It's just, all I'm getting is a hum. That hum could also be down to obviously, a valve. Because valves will give off a hum if they've gone bad. But looking at this, we've got that old capacitor straight away. 32 microfarad. That's a 200. That's a Ripple one though. Max Ripple 250. I can see it on the side. What is that? 16? Is that 25 volts? So that's a 25 volt one on that old the capacitor side, and it's got Hunter's capacitors, made in England. We've also got like we've got these old things. Again, these normally make out of wax. This is for 350 volt DC. So, and that is I can barely see that. 0.05 microfarad. You know, that's tiny. I mean, you know, but that board looks behind that board. Don't look in the best interest behind it with the standoffs. I mean, it's again not the greatest for something like that. So again, a lot of that early stuff went through the switch first. Do you know what? I didn't think they could actually put any, you know, direct voltage straight through a switch system. The reasons why is because switches won't take that type of, you know, direct current going straight in from the mains. So it would have made sense to put it through a transformer, but it looks like they've done it through the switch. Then comes, so you've got your input going in, which will be your live going in, and then the out coming out straight into a transformer. And looking at it, following that wire, it goes to that big transformer there, and then you've got another red wire coming off it going into the small transformer. So yeah, but again, when it comes to polarity, which way do I put these round? Are these what they call reversible polarities? Because looking at this, all this has got, and I'll tell you what, let me grab my phone. If I connect my phone up, you guys can see, because I've got VDO Ninja, right? So I'm going to connect this up, and then if I go into OBS, you guys then can see. So if I spin the camera around, you guys can see a lot better of looking at the OBS software, and it might be easier just to switch that over. Yeah, VOD Ninja. So basically, where's my phone? Where's my so it's up here. So basically, looking at this system. Alright. Paul, you farted. You absolutely stink. You stunk this out. That's disgusting. So basically, what we've got here, we look over, we've got a P. We look like we've got P's on these. So look. So we've got two P's here. That one's a P and that one's a P. So you guys got any idea of what voltage regulation these ways go round? I mean, I could trace it to have a look to see which way it goes on the plug. I'll probably end up doing that anyway at the end of it. But again, there's no plus and there's no minus. So and again, looking at this, it's not in the best of interest by any standards. Let's have a look. Look at the state of the board. I mean, Jesus, this thing's probably just been sitting around for. It's been sitting around for such a long time on that front. But looking at it, you can actually see. Can you see the traces behind? I mean, it's rusty as hell. I mean, this still might not be salvageable. And looking at this, I reckon this could be too far gone on that front. But let me take this off and on that front. So yeah, that could be another reason why this has been left for far too long. Oh, it's echo. Sorry, bud. Yeah. Because you know why? Because obviously the camera, when I activate the phone, it's using the bloody microphone on that. Mute the mic. Right. Well, it's turned off, so you should be alright on that front, because I'm not using it. I forgot about that. I would say looking at that on that board, even if I try and restore this as much as possible, I don't think looking at that board might be too far gone on there, and it'd be such a shame. Yeah, yeah, it's okay now. Yeah, because of the phone, I forgot the microphone's built in, and it activates that as soon as I turn the microphone off. I should have muted that, muted the mic, which it probably don't do. So I've turned it off anyway. I'll just give you a close up, but I probably will follow the white wires to the end of the plug, which side is negative and which side's positive, and I'll probably do that because this is 100% original. It's not being mucked about. But first thing I need to do is I need to get that switch off. That's before I do anything. So I've got to get some. Where's my mole grips? Such a shame though. But again, I could be right. This might not be salvageable. Looking how bad this is, I think this could be too far gone. And it'd be, like you said, it is a shame. If that is the case, there's not a lot I'm going to be able to do, because, like you said, getting parts for this is older than me. And getting parts for vintage stuff, this is what you end up getting. You know, you're going to come across this trying to get, you know, it's nice to see, but getting parts are going to be nigh impossible. And again, you have to take that in consideration when you're dealing with it. So, I mean, that's even seized in there. That's not even moving out. That should have popped out. And I've took the brass. I mean, because everything's brass connected on it, I've got to be careful not to break the connectors. But that's not even moving to get out. It's seized in there, solid. It is. It's seized. Seriously, I'm not mucking about. That is seized solid. There shouldn't be nothing holding that. God, Jesus, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't really fancy putting too much force to break, because you've got to break the switch, and I can't get nothing behind it because, again, there's hardly any movement behind. Oh yeah, it might be threaded in, you know. It might be threaded in. Let's see if that's true. It's moving now. This has never ever been off. Never. I would 100%. I can say that. Yeah. It was just really. It's where it's the corrosion. It's obviously built up a crust around it. So we leave that on. Can I get contact cleaner inside? Yes, I can. I can get contact cleaner inside it, which is cool. So let me squirt some contact cleaner in. Give it a good blast of. That will then, I'll leave it, right, I've had a good blast. Fucking covered my hands. I should have put my gloves on, really. That feels more clickier now. But again, I don't want to touch this because this will be 250 volts going in. So yeah, and look how close the connectors are. I mean, they've used, what they've done, they've used, like, is that a metal base? That feels like metal. I mean, that's even, unless they've used like a carbon base to, you know, to keep it separated against the metal earth on there. I mean, they obviously didn't think about health and safety back in the days, did they? You know, don't muck about with, you shouldn't muck about with mould voltage anyway. Yes, it's the corrosion. Yeah, you need to mark the wire and everything and do a bit at a time. I probably would, I'm going to trace it. I mean, it's sort of got to come off anyway. First thing I need to do is, let's check the length of the wire. Obviously, I've got, this one's got, these are much more safer. I mean, it's not even earthed out. I mean, I don't like nothing that's not earthed out at the end of the day. So I'm going to snip the end of this off. I think this should be more than sufficient to use this. One, it's got a sealed plug, so, and it's sort of like waterproofed. Still gain access to it. I don't like the idea of that thin corded stuff anyway. So we'll give it a look, try and give it a little bit of modern stuff on it. That'll have the correct, I think that's about 2.5 on this, and that looks roughly around about probably just under 2.5 on that wire of the diameter size. So yeah, I would say that, but I'm probably going to have to trace this. But they've put a knot in it. They've knotted it for a reason, to stop it from coming out. So first thing, let's see. Let's take this off. I mean, the screw is so worn on here. The brass screw is completely gone. It's just gone. I mean, you know, it's been stripped so many times on that. But I'm hoping I can salvage it. But I mean, all I can try and do is improve to what it is at the moment. Because at the minute, I mean, again, how would you know if that's the correct way of wiring these? Do these transformers, can you, with transformers, you've got to be careful. Because again, one, they're not earthed, and can you reverse the polarity on these, on a transformer? Because you might not be able to reverse the polarity, because as expected on the Sharp radio, which let's have a look, which is caused by the smelter and the materials are connected. So yeah, basically, yeah, I think you could be right. I mean, looking, that actually could be. I mean, there's nothing else marking on this, not at all. It's not saying anything on marks when it comes to your voltages for your left and right. I mean, one's got, what they both got P. That's all they've got. It's got RTC, right? RTC that's circled, but both sides of the voltage that's going into the switch, it's got P. It's just got the letter P. So I assume it ain't going to really, but the top part looks like you've got two reds coming out. So obviously voltage is coming in, goes on the board, and then circuits out. I think what I'll do, I'll trace this wire and go back to this, and then mark one side. So if I take a felt tip pen, this is why I like to have some pens, and just trace where that wire goes. If I split it that way, if I split the wire all the way up, because I'm changing it anyway, that'll make it easier for me to trace it. Because looking at this, I don't want to end up putting it. Is that wire broke? No, it ain't broke. I was going to say, that worried me for a minute. So yeah, I think looking at this anyway, let's do at least get one task done. Let's strip that and change that change that wire. I wasn't happy with that type of wiring anyway. To me, it's not modern, and it wouldn't meet today's standards when it comes to safety. We wouldn't, again, the hospice wouldn't be allowed to sell anything, because when they do their pat testing, this wouldn't meet under regulation when it comes to pat testing. It would fail. Jesus, yeah, that was melted partly. Jesus, that was seriously melted. That was unbelievable. Right, so what I need to do is, this will have to be looped over. Right. So, dog's getting off again. Keeps farting. Jesus, absolute. The dog keeps dropping its guts. The trouble is, it smells really. I've got the window open, but you know. Right. That's better. Now we've got all the wire now untangled. So that makes it easier for me now to try to trace that. I mean, I can always go after. So what we need to do now is take this, obviously this side being a neutral, that being to the this side being a neutral, this side being to the plus where the fuse goes. I'll take the neutral first and follow the neutral. So I'll just keep my hand on the neutral and follow it. The things you end up doing, so you just grab the neutral and keep your hand, That's what I'm doing. Yeah, got my hand on the neutral. Cool. As soon as I'm doing the neutral, I can mark the neutral where this is going. The neutral is going over to the right hand side. Cool. So we'll do a little mark, and I'm going to put a little mark there. Really, I should write the word N. I'll just put a little blob there for that side. But if I write on there, if I've marked one side, that's going to be the earth, the neutral side. I can now undo the neutral, pull that out. It's the only way I feel more safe than knowing on that front. No, sorry, I'm in your stream. You'll have to ring me back another time. I want to get this done. Right, so what I've done, look guys, I've actually put this... sorry, let me... Gal, I'm actually in a stream, bud. Can I ring you later? Oh, alright. Right, so yeah, basically, the live is still connected, right? So all I've done was took one side of the negative side, and if I know that if I do one at a time, then I know that I can't make a mistake. So if I unsolder one side and then put one side in the negative on, then I know it's correct. Yep. So I was right. I've done negative to negative. So first thing, let's take. I might need some solder wick for this because there's a big, massive blob of solder that they've put on this, and that's not going to come off. So flux. Let's take some of this shitty green. Let's take some of that Kimball stuff off. Let me pull the camera down, guys. Hello, Gal. Sorry, bud, I'm in a stream. Yes.
Yeah, I've got 1, 4 and 5. Can you do 2 and 3 for me?
Yeah. I will do. I'll have. Yeah, I did see 1 and 2 on there. I'll sort that out. No worries.
I've got 1. Thanks. I've got 1, 4 and 5. I want 2, 3 and anything beyond 5.
Right. Okay. Well, I can't get beyond 5, but I can get the rest. So, you know, yeah. 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 All right, mate. No worries. Not for a couple of hours. I'm working on the record player at the minute. No worries, bud. So, mate. Yeah. Another repair. So, first things first. Let me see. Let's grab. This is going to get hot very quickly. Stinks. That is lead. You don't want to breathe that in. I really should have put my fume extractor on, but they put a massive blob of solder on that. I mean, obviously, look how much solder just took off on the solder wick. So it's actually took quite a bit off, but they have definitely put a lot on there. And it's a shame about Jay Fix's stream last night for Grandpa's bench. At the end of the day, went to do it, and then he had multiple issues that all of a sudden the stream froze halfway. Got to near enough at the end because they I think it was Worms asked him to say like do the PlayStation. He decided to pack up, and I was pretty gutted. I'll read your message in a minute, bud. Let me take this off. God, this absolutely stinks. The amount of literally, that is no exaggeration. Wow. Look, let me clean that. It's absolutely. Where's me cleaner? Good. Why can't I find... Oh, yeah, it's right in front of me. Why can't I end up nothing on this table? I build a 6-foot table and end up still... It's so junked up, it's unbelievable. You know, you end up just... You know, it ain't a table if it ain't junked up. Let me put my glasses on, I can read your message. Definitely. Yeah, to keep looking for more authentic, I would use a brace cold from and an iron, and that would be passed through, like, and test it, and then that would be better to use from each for ends. Oh right, so you can use it to the end to earth it out. Yeah, basically that probably would. I think for the time being, that what we've just done now, there's obviously a tiny hole. This fucking camera can't do it justice at the end of the day, but I've took most all that solder wick off with that. I mean, look, that literally took all of that just to get that off. I mean, a quarter way up. I mean, there's so much solder they put on, leaded solder. So, what I need to do now then is snip this off. So this needs to be snipped. So I'll cut this off and prune this back. Now, let me grab me wire strippers. So I've got one side off anyway. I wasn't happy with that wire. It's not modern. I know it doesn't fit. I know it's standard for the 1950s, but for, you know, trying to put live voltages going through that, I wouldn't feel safe, not one bit. And you know, I don't want to end up putting that through, and that wire, you know, you've got live voltage going through that one thin wire. That ain't going to take much before that bridges into you, and you're going to feel every bit of that going through, which is not going to be great. Let me grab my other pinchers. They're in the kitchen. What's getting me way? Why can't I find? Why can't I find nothing? Oh yeah, look, those in here buried. Yeah, how am I surprised? Like everything else is buried. It just falls on the floor. It just goes elsewhere. Right. I need these strippers. Come on. These are great. These wire strippers. I've got these. I've got these out of Wilco's. These ones are great. I do like these, and then these take just enough off on there, and obviously I need to take more off. And it don't damage. It don't seem to damage the wire underneath. So we took the earth side off, didn't we? So first things first. I need to solder the earth side, which is that. Cool. Okay. Now it says that it's made a knot in that to stop that from pulling through. The first things first, I've got to put some flux. This is really old flux. This is, but it's really good stuff. It's very waxy. At the end of it, it sticks to everything. Just to give it a little bit of, give it a chance. I mean that stuff's probably older than me, but the old stuff ends up being really good. So first things first. Well, it would help if I know where everything is on this bench, which chances are, no, I'm not going to find it. Like I said, I wasn't going to do this today. I was going to do this throughout the week, but I have got a lot more vintage stuff that I do want to do at the end of it. So and you know what I could also do with, you know, them crocodile clips that, you know, that you can bend them in multiple angles, and you can hold it, which again would really, I probably would end up ordering one of them. And you can bend them to the design there, just to hold the wire, because sometimes I mean, I've got, don't get me wrong, I've got this, but these ain't the greatest sort of things. But it just basically just holds it wire. I would have rather just used something like the other one, because it would have given me more control. £400°C, and I can see that dripping down. Lovely. Yep, that's soldered. That, I'll tell you what, that wick, right? That old wick stuff, it's marvellous gear. It really is. It sticks to anything. It seems to be better than that other flux that I use, that cheap Kimbo stuff. I mean, that's all right when you're doing it, but that little soldering iron, yeah, really impressed with that. Let's pull that up there for a minute, because I can't bloody move all this gear. Right, first things first, snip. I noticed, who's the other streamer that he's up north, up near Manchester. He's bought himself a van now. He's going to do mobile, because he ain't been online for the last. He used to do quite a bit on the old used channels on that front, but he's not been doing anything lately. He said, like, because he was doing a bit of work, because the work dried up a bit, but now he's streaming again. The Coda, that's it. So now he bought a van. He paid, I think he paid 900 quid for this van. It's done 250,000 miles on the clock. It's a lot of mileage at the end of it. This has got to go through, because obviously that's where the wire comes in. So yeah, he bought this van, and basically he said that he wants to start now doing mobile, going around people's properties and doing repairs that side. But he's got to have all the van kitted out. He started kitting the van somehow. He done a vlog. It was on YouTube. I'll tell you what, I've got to be really careful here. I really do not want to break these terminals, not one bit. Tomorrow. That's it. And what I like to do is just ever so slight bend these up. And then give it a solder. And then that way, that makes it easier for me. Yeah, actually, yeah. So yeah, he wants to try and do something like that. He said that he wants to try and something different, but he's still gone into streaming. He's still done. He was on a stream the other night. He was doing an Xbox that had no power, and my God, this Series X that he had in, I would have said no, sorry, it's not repairable. I mean, he was struggling, and he's again, even the experts struggle, and sometimes it's just not worth trying to repair when it's not worth repairing. And this one of the I forgot what it was, but it looked like, I think it was like one of these massive components that takes really high current. It basically blasted through. It was a MOSFET. Yeah, it was a MOSFET. One of the MOSFETs took a really high charge going in, and it kept overvolting, and it burnt through the board. He had to cut through 3-4 layers of the board, because the Xboxes are multi-layer boards. And he made such, you want to see how he had to Dremel to get all the bad out, and he left it off, because it wouldn't power up. The board was obviously, and I didn't think you could leave a MOSFET off, but apparently he said they do it for, he said to do with not only for filtering, but he said it's to do with power efficiency. And apparently he said that, leaving this off, he said it ain't going to make much difference leaving a MOSFET off, but he left a few other components to go with it, but it still worked. So he said it's not ideal, he said, but he will put him in place, saying that at the end of it, you've got to be careful of when you're doing things like that, is because there's, like you said, it could cause potential faults further along down the line. I personally would have thought, no, there's definitely a way that is not repairable at all. This is what I was saying about having a precise soldering iron, right? Now, again, J-Fix was last night, I noticed he had the exact same issue when he was trying to micro solder them small components. And you need, when you need the tiniest, thinnest tip, because remember, when you're doing it under magnification, you know, it looks massive. And obviously, it's all about the precision to get right in that little tiny spot. Remember, these were done on a manufacturer's scale, so these would have been done by a machine. I'm not sure about these from the 1960s. They probably wouldn't have had machines out that wouldn't have done that. So these would have been done by hand at the end of it. So I can now snip part of that off because that is now soldered lovely. And I won't need all of that. Cool. So I can't really take it down and show you what I've done, but the one that you didn't need that massive blob of solder, and that's soldered nice and tight on there. Made sure I've gone right through. I will do the same again from this side. Is now take all that big blob of solder off, and then I can do the other side on this. So at least I know then this side is the earth, and it's gone correctly to obviously it's gone correctly to the plug, because obviously the switch, the power side's going on here. So same thing again. Where's that solder wick? Need to cut that off. But unbelievable. Definitely let's see, let's pour a blob of that cheap Kimbo all on that. Light is the key, as I see. Yes, take that. We do the same thing again. God, it stinks. It smells like bad curry. That don't really want to melt. I've put flux on it. Got to be careful because I don't want the flux going inside and clogging it all up, but also I want it all gone at the same time. Wow. Yeah, the kids out there with their motorbikes. They're over the fields. It sounds like one of those KTMs, you know, like, because they use 4 strokes. I know when back in the day when I had an old KTM, lovely. I miss that old bike, great for over the fields. But in the end, I just used an old Honda Cub that we end up getting from a salvage place, and we used that to go a bit off-roading. I missed them days. Used to do that at the weekends. You know, come back smothered in mud. I've got a picture of me and my friend on there when we was back, you know, I think it was about 88, 89. We still had the shell suits on at the end of the day. Shell suits. You know, they don't use shell suits today. It's absolutely smothered. Ouch, she's hot. Wow. I think that's another big, massive blob of solder on that. So now, and that's 400 Celsius. I've got that connected up. She's out. Good, good. Now I can clean it. Just take your time. Just hurry up. But I'm going to earth this out. I don't like the idea of this not having an earth. You know, one that, you know, these things should have an earth on them. So we can now pull this out, and this should be the live. I haven't put a knot in that, which I've not knotted it. It should be alright. You shouldn't really have to knot that. But this now is after he says pull that out with all these bloody wires. That plug is now unplugged, so now we've got no issues on this whatsoever, right, on that front. So it's now all taken off, and which is cool because now I can strip that. That is now all stripped back. We've got no sort of like big blobs, massive blobs of solder. I won't disturb the top part on this switch, and then I'm going to get some more contact cleaner and give that another clean inside. Obviously, I'm just hoping. Now I've copied that exactly. That would have been if I, you know, it's like the original one there. So. Right, so solder. Where's my solder? Right, and where's my old? No, actually, I might not need that because I'll put that down now because I won't need that now. The other side's soldered in, so all I need to do is just bridge that all the way so it covers in between like that. That's all you need. Wow. And that's covered that both sides. Nice. Really good little soldering on. I'm really impressed with that. If I know in future that packs up, I'll just go and order another one at the end of it. But what's the name? Retro 6, he said they're fantastic. He's used these every day. He said I've not had any issues of when it comes to using it, and he leaves it on 24/7. So he said I've not really run into a problem. Right, now I just need probably just a tiny little bit more flux on that side, just a little bit, just a little. I know these have got flux in them. Back up to 400. The trouble is you've got to experiment when you're doing this type of equipment, and you've really got to have, I haven't got the best of the steady hands on this. I just haven't. If I put the light round the other side, it would help, wouldn't it? I want to make sure that that is gone right through. Connection is key, and that's what I want to make sure. That's in. That's a lovely connection. Yeah, I'm well happy with that. That's right the way through. Make sure it's got a nice bite to it. No, that's perfect. I'm not too bad when it comes to soldering. I'm pretty good. I very rarely make a mistake when it comes to soldering. I mean, I'm improving, but that's a lot better. One, you don't need a massive blob of solder like it did before and smother it. And again, it just looks like factory, and that's just how we want it. It's not bridging, it's not touching anything. All I need to do now is put some cleaner, some contact cleaner. Now what I am going to do, oh, I was good. No, before I do that, that ball's got to come out. I've got to check that capacitor. That's clicking lovely, right? So the wires are lovely and soldered on both sides of these now. So I've got the wire going straight through. So if I flip this side, it is now all correct. Because, like you said, well, I'm hoping so, it says, yeah. So basically, this wire has got to be going on the outside, and it is. So that plug has got to be going on the outside. It's got to be going from the top, which it is, because this all sits underneath, which it does. So you can see that I have wired that correctly. So because, like I said, this all sits on top. So the plug was coming out of it originally, and it now is coming out. I don't want to lose any of these because these go in switches. So one, I can't take the switch out because I don't want to take a chance. I didn't know that was all about that, but I'll give it a good blast with some contact cleaner. But I do want to test that capacitor, and to take that out, it now looks like I've got to take the screws out of the board that's screwed into this and this plate is rusty as hell. I'm just opening these. They use brass on old metal, and you know what happens with brass? It's a conductive when it seals itself. It tends to do that very good at the end of it. So let's switch that off for a minute because I don't need that. Yeah, brass has always been a bit of an issue. Well, you know, but that was back in the days. They weren't obviously fussed when it comes to using things like that. So where's that solder wick? I can just quickly chop that off. Lovely. Take that off. Take that. Let's get rid of the nastiness and that plug. Where's that wire? I'm not even going to use the fuse. The old lot's going to be binned. At the end of the day, that plug and that fuse, I'd say it's more original. Give me 2 minutes, guys. Let me put all this in a bin, because otherwise I'm just making a mess for myself. So, capacitor. Now I've got to find a good screwdriver without stripping that fuse, without that copper. I don't want to strip all the copper off it. Where was my other screwdriver that I had? The wide one. I did have. Can't believe it had a record in it. And a valve. Bloody valve. Wow. This one might do. Let's see. First things first, bit of IPA. We've got 3 on that front. These are going to be seized. I just noticed. No, actually, loose. Let's undo that one. Cool. 2 for 2. Oh, did crunch a little bit there. 3 for 3. Bloody Nora. What's the chances of that? I personally would have used, because they've used brass screws. They've used brass screws. I would have said, no, they're going to be seized. These are not going to come off without a fight. Trouble is, the connectors underneath, they're actually are going to be so sort of. See, I've got to be careful here. I can't even get. Now I've got thin nose sort of like clamps here. I can't even get. It's not even. These are still too thick to get underneath there. They're just spinning around. It's obviously not shifting. Might be able to get some underneath. Let's see if I can try and just stop that. I knew this was going to, they weren't going to be, and this is the reasons why, again, vintage stuff, yeah, you're going to run into these type of issues, unfortunately. You're going to have more than one where you're thinking, bloody Nora. These are not even coming out, because again, same problem. Exactly the same. What it is, underneath, look, I've got to be careful because I don't want to pull on the wires. Underneath, they've put like these type of plates, right, to hold the screw in, and basically when I'm turning the screw, that's turning at the same time. And they're on all 3 of them. and there's one right stuck at the back, right underneath there, and I've got to try and hold that while I turn so it can release the screw, so I can take this plate off due to the wiring, because obviously I want to test the capacitance, and I can't test the capacitance because I can't gain access to it, which is a right bummer, because it's like everything else on that front. Let's watch it. So yeah, interesting though, definitely you know, right. Oh, I was going to say, oh, that got it. Actually, where's my? I've got a thing called lockjaw. I bought them. Well, that's a laugh. Yeah, you bought it. But where can you find it? Actually, what about them? They might do. Look, I've got some really thin needle ones here. At the end of the day, so let's see if I can try. What I need to do is just get enough just to put a hold, so I can undo. Unless I can hold that, would that make a difference? I don't think it will. No, so it's not that. So I do need to hold these. Ah, that's doing it, isn't it? I think that is not ideal, but if I put it on the side here, for crying out loud, what was they thinking about when he put this together? I mean, there's not much in this record player as it is. At least I've changed that wire. I am eager to test it, but I want to sort this capacitor out, just in case this capacitor is completely dried up. I think I've got a capacitor to actually on that front, so I should be alright. Now this is coming out now. I've managed to put a grip on it. Still got to be careful because I don't want to strip the wire. Now I've got that, let's use these needle ones, see if I can try and clamp it. It's the only thing with these type of, yep, that's off. That should now just pop out, and it does. It's come out. Look, it was actually holding on. That's what was holding these screws on, and I got another two to get off. Just that little tiny plate and that screw, and you don't want to end up stripping because these look like, I don't know what they're tied. They look like bloody brass, but it's so corrosion. It's so corroded. It's unbelievable. So I've got to try and do the back one. That middle one in there. There's only three holding this on. If I can gain access, I should be able to, because that should. I don't think. Oh, is that off? Oh, that's the brass standoff for this centre. You can see that. See, this is coming away now. Oh, that's come away. Lovely. Oh, look at that. That's made my job easier. That was the most awkward one. Right. All I need to get then is this one at this side, and that should be. But it's not easy to. Got to be careful because of the components here. What I'll do, I'll put a little drop of clock oil on that. I've got some clock oil, and that would just help. Yeah, that's that. Oh, drop the screw. Better find it. I've got dark brown carpet, which don't help. Right, that's out. Cool. So now I can gain access to the back on that, and look, as I thought, state of that circuitry is. Jesus, not the greatest. Not the greatest at all, to be totally honest. They left standoff legs that are far too long, So let's trim some of them up. Where's my clippers? At the end of the day, and yeah. So let me just trim some of them legs up. They're far too big. They ain't even done it at factory. Some of them. No, it was only that one. Right. Okay. Fair enough. So, let me bring the camera down so you guys can just see. This thing just springs back up. So, the board looks like, that looks like a 4.3. Is that a 1? 14.3. I ain't got a clue what that means at the end of the day. But they've left some of these unsoldered. So they must be just guide pots where they just slot in. And they're non-soldered because it looks like it's not gone on to the actual thing itself. But obviously, fucking rust on that. Look, I mean, literally, this part of the circuit board looks like the imprint's gone onto the rust. But it hasn't. But it's just the way these have been inflated to put these on at the end of it. But yeah, that is, looking at that old part, that is a DCC 25k ohm resistance. Yeah, 25k ohm resistance, and that is a 2027 TD. Again, can I get, yeah, I should be able to, because again, voltage goes into this, so we've got voltage coming into, I don't even know what that is. What this section is. I ain't even got a clue what that is, because again it's got plus on, it looks like the red's going to it on this side and the yellow's the negative. So again it looks like I don't even know, without googling that I wouldn't know what this E25, it looks like whatever this is, voltage goes into it, because it's got E250C and then it's got 50. And it's got made in Germany, and it's got another model number underneath it at the end of it. So I'm baffled. I ain't even got a clue what that is, but I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to find out what that is. Remember, it was the issue I was having when I powered this up. It was just hum, and obviously it had a job trying to turn that platter. But the hum was really bad. It hardly done anything. So, but I wasn't happy with that wire. Definitely not. That feels a lot more easier now. Again, it's amazing, isn't it? It's probably so dried up. It's just been left in a loft. It's probably sat up there. I would say, looking at that, that might have sat up there for at least, what, 10 to 15 years? Might have been. Look at that, look, that is turning a lot more freely now. I'm going to squirt a little bit just down the shaft, because this is the tone. Oh, that's better. Wow, much better. I've struggled before, and again, this one here, it's not too bad, but it could do with a bit more. Yeah, much better. Look, I'm doing that with my finger. That's what I'm saying about with contacts. It's like they've never obviously been, you know, they shouldn't never have, probably when it's left the factory, it should have, like, it would have been fine. But so what we can do now this cap obviously saying, right, the cap is actually saying CAN negative. You can actually see the word CAN negative on there. Now we've obviously got a model number, and this is a 16. Well, it's funny because it looks like we've got this capacitor does 3 different capacitors. So it's basically you've got a res 32 microfarad at 27 volt. Then it's got number 2, I can't even see that because it's right behind. Is that 16 microfarad at 27.5 volt, and the third is a 25 microfarad 25 volt. So that's 3 capacitors rolled into one. Now I won't be able to do that. I mean, there's no way you won't be able to solder 3 capacitors all into one. So this must be a multi-capacitor sort of thing, and it's when it says can negative, there must be something inside that is negative inside it, you know. Yeah, but I've never seen that at the end of the day, so I won't be able to change that. I don't think they do 3 capacitors rolled into one, and it's coming off the circuitry. If I follow the circuit, because there's, how many legs is that? That looks about 4 legs coming in. So we've got the outside, and it looks like the negative, and we've got 3. Yes, 3. So we got. Oh, let's turn it off. So the 3 legs looks like where these are coming from. We've got one here, right? One here, and one up here. So they look like they're coming on to the transformer. Some are going to the transformer. The outside is going to the resistor. So these ones on the outside look like the earth. That's probably why it says can earth or can negative at the end of the day. So one's going to the resistor on that front, that leg there, and then it branches all the way over, goes all the way up to here, and it goes to the valve. So again, the actual capacitor is going to the valve itself. I think all I can do is, because of the way this is resolved, I think all I could do is just, I've chopped the wire, changed the wire, sprayed all the inside, grease all these parts on this board, because again it's just, everything's so dry. Put it back together and give it a go. I think that's the only best advice I probably can give on this machine, because it looks like there's not a lot else I can do to it at the end of the day. You know, the main thing is, at least the wire's changed. I've got to be careful. But what I do need to do is give some of these bloody components a bloody good grease, because looking at these, it's like I said, it's not in the greatest. And I've got a little this is clock oil, right? It's really fine oil, right? These are designed for clocks. You're not supposed to use, you have to use fine oil for clocks. And this is what when I used to do the old clocks, the old wind-up clocks, people used to overwind them, and then you've got to take the tension back out and then tighten them up. It's why I said with them old wires, you have to be so careful on that front. So I think what I'll do, I'll smear a little drop, because this stuff really goes a long way. Actually, I've got some plastic sponges. That'll do. What you do for the CPUs. So these are what I spudge when I do the computers, right? This will be perfect. So basically just help to spread it. At the end of it. So I'll put a little bit more on that bit. And again, it's all to do, just put a little drop underneath there. Little drop. Yeah, okay. Little drop in that one. Cool. Little drop round the joints. Cool. Anywhere there's joints or the things on it, that's obviously the selector. Is there anything I could put underneath that? Yep, I could put some round here. Grease that little bit. There's a little pin up here. Jesus, this is dry as a wishbone on this front. Right, the arm. Cool. Yep, squirt a little bit down the arm. Can I get a bit down the other side? Cool. Because obviously that's when you lift the arm up, you need to pull the pin down. We've got some on this section, some on that. Just ever so slight, that's all I'm doing. I'm just ever so slight on this and that front. Again, selection. Just put on that. It's all mechanical. This is what I loved about the old things, about doing it on mechanical wise at the end of it. I mean, it just, there's no, I mean, all the moving parts at the end of it that's all it was. It was just all these type. Oh yeah. So again, let me put a little drop of oil down there. Just move that up and down, move that, and that oil's, cause that fine oil, see straight away, that fine oil is lovely. It's so fine, it gets right in the crevices, and that's what you need to do. You need to get into the crevice side, so I can clean all that. These bits are the selectors, so I don't think it's going to matter so much there. It was all round here that I was more worried about, because again you've got moving parts. So again I'm going to put a little bit round near the pins. And then I'm going to put them back together, screw that all back in. I think that looks good to me. I can't, oh I didn't see that bit, I can put a little bit underneath there. That bit's underneath that section. Should be alright. I think that's good to go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put all that back together. Right. Just wanted to check them pots, make sure it was all okay. Yeah. I can put that back in a minute. Main thing is this, mind you, probably would help, wouldn't it, if I tried to get some of that rust off. Mind you, you're not going to see it, are you? So it's not really going to. It's not going to. Mind you, saying that, didn't they use? These are being earthed out, because looking on that board, look, the board looks like it goes through the earth side. So again, this could also be a part of an earth issue, where them screw holes that I took out, look, they're all going through the earth. So I probably would clean them up. So I'm going to give them a quick clean and clean the holes up. So when the screw goes through, it does make a connection on there. Probably, and all that solder. God, it's crusty as hell. That flux, it's really old flux. Shame, but hopefully, where's me little Dremel? I've got my little brush at the end of it, so let's clean some of this up. Let's get it away from my face, because I don't want to. Got a little brass wheel on this. It's perfect. Just takes the top of the surface up. Yeah, Paco, I meant to say to you that actually used that Coca-Cola cleaned up quite well on that front. So I'll probably use that little technique from future on when it comes to cleaning the corroded springs. Ideally, I mean, it's a lot better than what it was, but I would definitely say that yeah, if you want to clean it, it done its job. I had to use this little brass brush on it. Well, so far, I've took mostly every corrosion off. I've got to watch it, it's a bloody wire. Really, what I should invest in is getting a proper Dremel that's got much more power. I might have one down in the shed. Everything else is buried in that bloody shed. Got me. I bought a nice. What did I buy? A nice hot tub in here. You know, one of those portable hot tubs. But this one was a 7-person one. I think I've only used it twice. It's been stuck in a bloody shed. Now it took a lot off. So let me clean. It gets all that nasty flux off. Because it's not too abrasive. That's what you want. You don't want it too abrasive where it's going to end up there. It's stripped all that nasty flux away. Ideally, looking at that board wants replacing. It's the solder. It's gone so sort of delaminated over it. It's not the greatest on that, but a lot better than what it was. Took some of that off, but that green, it's got green corrosion on it. I mean, look. I mean, it's not there's no magic on that. Look, I'm not making it up. It's actually got green corrosion all over that board. So I'm not surprised the amount of time that this has been sitting up there on that front. So anyway, I've cleaned the surfaces up onto that section there, right? But that's rust. Wow. I mean, that is. How long does it take for something to sit like that just to get rust on it? Wow. Well. Anyway, we can put all this back. Now I've got to put this back the right way because, again, the wires have to go in correct here. And it goes that way, I think. It does, because the wire actually comes in. So first things first, stand off, screw. Like that, and then flip that to the side. Now this is where it's going to be challenging, because how the friggin' hell am I going to get that back underneath there? I can't even get me. There's no way I'm going to be able to get my finger in even in that at the end of it. So I'll have to try and grab the needle nose pliers here. Hold it at the tip. Thread that all the way through. Hold that there, clamp it down and tighten it at the same time. Yeah. Well, I must have done it because wow, I have. That's the hardest one out of the lot to do. Wow. Because the others are easy. That one's not. At the end of it, that is not easy to do. Because it was really, really awkward. And comparing, I've done that and I just eyeballed it. So I've got, that was the one there, wasn't it? So I've got to flip this round and do the other side because they're at the front. That gives that oil time for that to soak in. I reckon that's going to be a lot better than what it was, because comparing it, this has never ever been touched. Never been taken apart. I won't be able to change that cap then, by the sounds of it. They're never going to do a cap like that, a multi-cap 3-in-1, which is a shame. So it's 3 capacitors rolled into one. I've never seen that. Again, that's the first time. But holy smokes, when I opened it up and I actually see a valve. Fucking, you know, I've never seen one with a valve in. Never. Not a record player. You know, it's, you know, not even the old gramophones. Gramophones were just all mechanical at the end of it. But Jesus. So it's got some right history on this. If this could tell a story, it would be this record player. It would seem some changes. That's lovely, and that's gone down much more tighter as well. So again, same thing. Need to just gently push that into play right above that hole, like that. Push the pin through. The screw, which it has, it's gone right through. Really cool. This is why I don't mind working on vintage stuff at the end of it, because at least it feels like you're getting progress. Where with electricals, most modern electricals, where it's all manufactured in China, Malaysia, at the end of the day, you know, it takes the fun out of it. And again, it's so complex now. There's so many other components it's connected to, and they're so small. Again, you're diagnosing, just seeing what's wrong with it. It was the same when Andy was doing that projector at the end of it, because it kept tripping out, knocking all the electric out. Not the easiest to work on. It's like I said, but that's like all electricals. Nothing is guaranteed. You know, I reckon it's more harder to try and fix a vintage stuff than modern stuff, because one, you run into the issue of components, and that's exactly what you end up running into. Trying to get a component for it, and it's virtually, you're thinking, oh my god, yeah, I can't even get the part for it no more. And that's the trouble. You will run into that problem. Just trying to get a component. Right, I just want to tighten that middle one up. I just want it that the others are lovely and tight. That's about as best I'm going to get that. Right. But them switches are now, that's all put back together. That is now working lovely. It's free as anything, which it wasn't before. Right. This one, obviously, is where the power goes. Again, lovely and free. It was really stiff on that front. That's nice and free. So, the best thing I can do now is to actually physically put this back in. Oh, before I do that, yeah, it would help, wouldn't it? Put this back into play. Before I do that, that big washer's got to go in behind it. So that's got to go in. But we've got the that slots in a lot more easy. You know why? It's because, like everything at the end of it, you know, as soon as you start dismantling or disturbing something at the end of it, you know, and this is the trouble. Now I've got to make sure that that was facing the top, which it was facing the top. Put the Jubilee clip on first. No, the brass washer thing. Cool. Where's my mole grips? I'm still listening, but just busy in the background, dear. No worries, my friend. No worries. I'm not going to go too mad trying to tighten that up, actually, because it's brass. I don't know what happens with brass on brass. You can strip it, and then you think, you bloody idiot. Now you know you've got to take all that off. Now, this piece went on top of... Yeah, it wasn't... No, because we didn't take no Jubilee clip off this one. On there. I can't see any Jubilee clip. I didn't see any that got taken off it. I think that come off the top part of the record player, if I remember correctly, to get the platter off. So I'll need to put this back in the case now. Cool. And then we can plug her in, because I don't want to plug it all in. It's all got to be put on that front. All I've really done then is stripped it right the way back, looked at the casing on that front. Remember, I've took all the gold. Hold up. First things first. Oh look, it's all bloody screws in here. It's all fell out. Oh, that was for the thing, wasn't it? Because you got to put that back in first. I forgot. Then I've got to solder the wires back in as well, which I've not done. Ugh, it's all flux. Might just quickly, there's all cobwebs in there. I ain't putting on it, and I don't know what that is, it's just layers of dirt. Let me quickly go and grab the Hoover. Hold your ears. It's not too bad. It's not really. Oh, here's the other screw. I was looking for that. What was that? Model number? Yeah, look, there's a bloody model number. There's a serial number there. Wonder what that was. It's actually got number. This must be when the manufacturer, when it come out. Number 2,200. It was 22,173. Wow. I mean, you know. So they must. It goes to show how many numbers they've made of this production, which is quite cool. I'll leave it in there. It won't hurt. It can float around. The speaker goes. They look like the speaker. So why did? Oh, one might have been ventilation. At the end, because the speaker went at the front. I thought, why did they put one there? Might have been for another revision. Whoever's done this previous, obviously they've put these bloody screws and they've gone right the way through. Because this being hardboard, at the end of the day, they've been a bit careless on that front. But never mind. God. Right, so what I've got to do first is, that's the way it's got to go. Stand it up. I've been really careful when it comes to the wire side anyway. So first things first, one thing I've got to put in first is the power supply. Let me get quick cloth. Let me give that a quick wipe at the front before I put them dials back in, because it's all corroded and it's crud all underneath there. So I've got an old dishcloth. Might be able to use a little bit. Where's my other cleaner? Let's just grab a little bit of cleaner. Don't know why he keeps. This is a new thing he's doing now. He keeps sitting in the kitchen. He won't come in. Don't know why. It must be layers, years and years worth of layers of dirt, right? Wow. This has just been set up in a loft. Such a shame. Just like years of it. Just sits around. It wants to just. I use this stuff. This is cut through grease and grime. And it's lavender, smells of lavender. It's good housekeeping. So I thought, oh, it's a multi-purpose disinfectant cleaner at the end of the day. You know, I thought we don't want to go too mad, but that's about as best I'm going to get it, to be honest. They look like they've used paper on the front of it, which is a bit stupid, but yeah, still. So again, cleaner on that front. So let me just pull that wire. Now I've got to put these screws back in. Bloody plate looks big, but where's that little? Wow. So I need that. Yeah, it's here. Because obviously I couldn't get to this before. Oh, then the screws come out. Lovely. Yeah, of course it would. It ain't going to make it easy for you to try and put all this back in. Definitely not. It's vintage. Vintage stuff won't be easy. Oh yeah. Because again, it's the angle. It's making it really difficult to try and get in. It's in there. Not the greatest, but it's in. And it's straight. So I've got to solder that back as well, ain't I? I can do that once this is all back in with the transformer. top ones are easy. It's the bloody bottom ones that are nigh on impossible to get out. And put back in. Nice. She's in. Now I can put the transformer back in, put it the correct way, because I've got to gain access to the transformer. Now this is where I don't want to end up twisting half of these out, because again, access is key to these components, and I'm twisting the wires, which I don't want to be twisting the wires. You shouldn't be twisting the wires. These shouldn't be twisted. So that's got to go under. That's better. That's better. Now I can gain access. That's it. That's much better. That's it. And in that way, it's not putting no tension. I'm not pulling any wires out at the end of the day, which I wasn't happy with the way that was. And I should be able to gain access to all straight down of the screws to put in for the amplifier. Then I can put in the valve. Yeah, I ain't looked at that 1950s one. All I've done was switch the 1950s one on, and I think again that one's got no sound, and it's again very similar to this. So there could be a strong possibility, but again that's even earlier than this. This is 1960s and it's got a valve in. It's hardly got any gubbins in. So I'm hoping the 1950s one, I think it's a lot earlier than this. That's definitely, even so, I'm really surprised with this. I was really surprised. I did not expect to see a valve into this, not at all. But obviously we did have switch issues. I'm not going to put the switches all the way on, right? I'm not going to clip them back in because they was a bugger to get out. But it won't stop it. So we got, now I'm going to have to revert back to the pictures. Where did I take these? Was it the top one? Because the top one obviously for the speaker. Yes, let me double check. Gallery, fucking pictures. Oh my god, I'm glad I took right, obviously we've got, so red on red, black on black, is that right? Right, obviously that was standing this side, so we've got valve on there. This is why I like to take multiple angles on the picture. So no, the red was going at the bottom by the looks of it, is it? At the bottom end? It looks like it. And the black was at the top. Black opposite the red. So yeah. Right, well that's interesting then. So straight away. So bottom, yeah, the bottom looks, the red looks like it goes at the bottom end. Yeah, it was, and the black was opposite that. This is the reasons why taking obviously pictures is crucial. I need my, where's my little thin nose pliers? Fucking hell. I've got to be there, man. I've got to be there. I'm the messiest person going when it comes to, I've got so much on this table. I cannot move and I cannot find nothing in the process because after it's probably gone on the floor. Here, I've got some here. So when you're trying to do bits and pieces, See, I like to wrap that around like that, and then add a bit of solder after. That'll do. Cool. Now I've got to get behind there again, switch my soldering iron on, which I can't move. Need solder. Cat4. Just fixed a space for the heater, and I found in the garbage room. Oh, a fan. I didn't even spin, but I put some on it, and now it's spinning again. Oh, that's all right. What did you put on? Did you put some WD on it or something? Yeah. Yeah, space heater. Yeah, I think we had. I think I remember them heaters. On that car 40, literally. Fucking hell! Look, how am I supposed to get to a soldering iron behind a record player? So, yeah, works well, doesn't it? I'm glad I took pictures getting these off. These, because I would have put these on the wrong way. God almighty, the smell. Breathe in the fumes. The fumes are good for you. The fumes. We love smelling a few fumes and getting dizzy and getting high on the smells. Yeah, some sewing machines. Oh, that's that oil thing that I had in one hand. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, great. You know, always handy to have. Always handy to have a little drop of oil. You never know when you might need it. It's probably the reasons why I can't find bugger all in here. It's because I know I've got it. And do you know what the annoying thing is? I ordered the belts for that bloody reel-to-reel vintage Grundig over there. Because again, that's mid-70s. And now I can't find them, so I've had to order them again. Cost me another £13 because the belt's gone on them. And it does work, but the belt just snapped. But now I've had to order it again because I can't find the belt. Well, I've got I probably did do. I started on it, and I thought I'll do it another day. It's been sitting down here ever since then, and now obviously I can't. I was trying to look for the parts. Now I can't find the belts. That's the funny thing about it. But yeah, we live and learn. It's entertainment. All right. I was going to say, where's the solder? Breathing in fumes. The fumes are good. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it might be a bit too much actually. Lovely, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Call me Terry. Terry Tips. Right. As Borat says, whoa, 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 whoa. King of the Castle. I love that. I love that Borat. He absolutely kills me, he does. Right, soldered in, back on. Got to put the, obviously, would help if I put the valve back in. Now again, due to the issue of this valve, looking at the legs on here, I wouldn't say the legs are the greatest. Right? One, they all seem like they're slightly like cockeyed on one side. If I take the pins, they're tarnished. Just going to give them a slight. I'm going to put this on the setting 1. Keep it away from that bottom. Yeah, that's better. The old brass is coming back to life. Obviously high voltage is going into these. Sorry guys, I'd like to show you what I'm doing. I'm standing up for this one because I'm sitting down, otherwise I can't see what I'm doing. I've only got this on setting 1, so I just want to go so gentle. Obviously, due to high voltage going into these on this front, and especially on these old valves, I can't believe these valves are £20. I suppose they're harder to get hold of now. God, back in the days, they used to pay these for pennies, which is, you know, ridiculous. I think that's about as good as I'm going to get there, you know. Yeah, when you buy belts, you'll find the old ones. yeah, that'd be sod's law. That always ends up being, you know, on that case. Now, obviously, the only downside is, what I'm a bloody fool, I didn't take no notice to which way these went, and I'm gonna say, because again, I didn't take picture of taking the valve out, and there's loads of holes on the valve. Lucky enough, I did take a picture, so actually it gives me the correct orientation of taking the picture on that. I wasn't 100%, but there's a gap right at the top here anyway, and there's a gap between that, so I'm going to say that looks more like just match the gap with the pins going in. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then just ever so slight pushing that in. That's it, she's in. I'm going to give it a wipe because I've put all my greasy big chipolata fingers all over it, and valves don't take too kind for doing things like that. So give your meat a good old rub. Oh, change the how it says. Right. Lovely jubbly. Right. Now careful here. I've got to put this over, and that clips. That's just to hold it in. Cool. So she sits on top. Yeah, don't want nothing sort of bridging or getting in the way, or, you know, things like that. Oh fuck, I've just pulled the fucking pin out. Lucky enough it only pops out. Oh, that's the joys of it, innit? It wouldn't be vintage if it wouldn't. You didn't put up a fight. What am I saying? Me? No, never. Fucking, hang on, it come out. Why ain't it going back in? Fucking. What is it, the front? It's all seized up? No, that's unusual. No? I've not normally encountered this problem before. There we go, she's in. Is that right? One looks like one side's down more than the other. Not great. Right, before I put all this back in, first things first, let's plug her in. Let's wait for the magic smoke. Right, she switched on. Right, now this is the biggest. This is the biggest part, right, on that front. this switch are on. Fucking, I can't. Yeah, we've got light. We've got a red light at the front. So we've got spin. Cool. Okay. We've still got a little bit of crackle, which is not great. So one thing that I've done, it didn't get wired up, it didn't go bang. So in for a penny, in for a pound. Like I said, we still don't know. There's no belt on this, none. So this doesn't have a belt system. Right, cool. So, first things first, put the platter back on that. Put it on manual. Record. But that, if you're putting it on manual, it should work, shouldn't it? Mickey Mouse record players. Probably the reasons why. But that is not spinning. Right, would help, wouldn't it? Would help if I switched it on. What a crank. But why ain't it working? I can hear it coming from the needle. Remember, the valve's got to warm up. I can hear sound partly coming from there, which I didn't before. It's still got that nasty crackle. No, it's still got a part of an Oh, that crackling is terrible then. I'll still say that that is still part of that bloody switch surface that's causing this issue. Now I squirted contact cleaner right in there. Yeah, switch cleaner. Yeah, that switch cleaner. But that. I reckon it's that switch that's still causing part of the issue. Did you hear that from a minute ago? It's trying to come through. It's that switch. I heard that just come through. It's that switch. 100% it's that switch that's causing the issue. I'm not even touching it, look. And it's still fucking going mental. You know what it wants? Right. You know what it wants? That switch wants coming back out and stripping right down. The only downside is that's going to have a multi-layer board. You're going to have at least 3 boards on there. You're going to have one for the power, and then the other the other one's going to be for, like, obviously for the picking up the audio signal to pick up on it. That just for a split second, me just wiggling it around for half of it, literally for about a millisecond, I heard that come through from the actual switch itself. So I know that it is getting power to it, so it must mean that the valve and everything else is still, which I'm amazed, especially with that capacitor. So it's obviously coming straight from that switch itself. Let's see if the auto takes it up. No. So obviously still got enough, ain't got enough guts in it, look, to move that over, to move that platter. So I would say that that's got to be, I mean it did switch off. I reckon that could have a very weak transformer that's causing that, because I can still hear that and obviously that hum's coming through the valve at the end of the day. What about 45? See, once you help it, look, it stays because it's on manual. But that's 100% it's that switch that's causing that problem. It's slowing down again. Oh, it's on 45. That's on 78. And again, putting that little drop of gear oil on, from the clock oil, it's definitely helping it. I mean, it's just because it's had lack of use. It's probably the poor thing stuck up in there for so long, it's trying to breathe life again. Ends the end of it. I can hear it grinding. So again, all that gear and mechanism, that's 33. Who uses 16? I don't even remember a 16 record at the end of the day. 78s, yeah, 33s, never 16. Don't think I ever seen when I was working in Woolworths. We never sold anything like that. I can hear it, but if I click auto, it's not enough to spin on that motor. Obviously, you've got to help it a little bit. Let's turn it off. Just look, I've put it on manual. It's supposed to spin. Again, the music's trying to come through. Is wiggling it ever so slight. Yeah, it won't move the arm. So that must have a weak, that literally must have a weak transformer. Obviously and that probably that capacitor is not helping as well. That multi-layer capacitor, because obviously it's 3 capacitors rolled into one in there. Which I'll have to do a bit of researching, see if I can try and get a capacitor. Which chances are, no, you're not probably going to get one for it. But again, for half of a second, it's 100%. I reckon them connectors are so crumbed up, it can't make proper connectors. Got to put my hand over the speaker. Just going to try and wriggle. Yeah, it's only when you spin it and it moves the record. Yeah, I mean, it's the correct thing on it. I can hear the motor once it's got a bit of momentum. Did you hear that come through? I'm not touching it, and the music's trying to come through. So I reckon that switch is obviously controlling the volume as well as the off. And I reckon that the on's alright, it's made in connection, but the issue that we're having is the volume side. Which is good, it's good because now I can pinpoint it now towards that switch itself. It's obviously, but we've still got the main issue. The main issue is manual was supposed to be manually turning that and it doesn't turn it. See, look. Music's coming through, can you hear? I'll turn it up and leave it. which it wasn't doing before. So the music is trying to get through, but like you said, all I got before was just static. Perhaps the longer I leave this on, it might try and revive itself. I very much doubt it, because I won't solve the problem. It still won't solve the issue that transformer's weak, because due to that capacitor not giving off all its values. Which is a shame, because like I said, it is partly now, it is near partly working. But one good aspect though, which I did do right, and didn't go magic, didn't trip it out, follow the wires. I have now put the proper plug on it, which is, I feel much more better now when it's because it's isolated. The tone works alright. Wow. Perhaps it's the valve. I don't know. The valve's not giving it correct value, but I'll still put it down to the switch. I think the valve's alright. I think it's that manky switch. I do love working on these old machines now. It feels like it's trying to rectify itself by bringing life into it. It's trying to breathe again, thinking, wow, I'm physically working. And again, I'm not touching it. Just leave that alone. So I reckon, what do you reckon I should do? Take that switch apart. Yeah, you have to let the valve warm up. I reckon you're 100% right. I reckon that valve. Do you know what, no, Carl? Do you know what, no, Pico? I honestly didn't think, right, the 1960s would have used valves. 1950s, after the war ended in what, 45, right? So after the war, a lot of the stuff from the pre-war sort of era started to phase out. Modern components started to come in, because obviously after about the 1950s they started to put in everything back. You know, obviously after what the Germans did, after all the bombing, imports and all the exporting stuff started to flow again. They had to try and get things moving, because everything was on war rations. So that I can understand. But 1960s, being 63, I would have thought they would have put a valve in it. I would have said no, 100%. And it's trying to get sand out. So I think what I'm going to do, the main issue is I've earthed it. It's now properly. I cleaned all the earths up. I don't think I'm going to improve on the. I don't think I'm going to improve on the actual transformer, because the only thing you can you only do the transformer is by putting like a better capacitor in. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a capacitor that's got 3 in 1 at the end of the day. I can quickly Google it. Glad I took pictures now, because again, knowing that wire combination would have been a bit much. And the main thing is, I don't have to worry about that, because it's just that switch. I had an inkling, because the switch wasn't turning much, but now they're turning quite freely. But I still think the contacts behind it, I bet I'm right. I bet that's got about 3 layers of boards in there. It's got 3 boards, and they're all sandwiched, all on top of each other. Because I've had one of these pots before that they do use. They separate them a bit like on an hard drive. They put a platter in between it, and then you've got the arm sitting in between the platter, and I reckon that's what this is. The carbon that sits on it, and I bet they're all carboned up, and it can't make proper connection. But look, it is spinning. It is. Besides that, like now that obviously the longer you leave it, valve. I will put a note on this. Now this is a valve set, because I didn't even notice. Have a look, see if they do a valve for this. That's a set, not valve. It's a Dansette, isn't it? Dansette record player, 1960s, and I need the capacitor. I need one on that. There must be different models of these by. They're more equivalent than the electrical suppliers like DigKey or Mouser, dedicated retail parts. I reckon changing that capacitor a little, that'll improve on the transformer. This one was the Dansette major changing. Looks like I've got a link here that was back from 1916. Yeah, it is. I have got a good set major repair, but it's a loud buzz or hum. Hence what I'm getting. I assume it's the smoothing capacitor, which probably that hum would make sense because I've just googled it. But that music trying to come through, that would be to help with that. But I still think that that switch is carboned behind it. It can't clean properly. Yes, you'd have to let it know to warm up. Yeah, that's right. So it's saying on here, you'll probably need to get a dual 32, 275 volt DC or higher voltage capacitor and a separate 20, see, so that's a multi-capacitor, which they don't do. He said you'll have to get one and then use a separate 2225 VDC capacitor that shows 32 UF, that's 32 microfarad. So that hum's going to be the capacitor issue, by the sound of it, and part of also. Don't give you any clicks now where to bloody buy one from. At least it's doing a lot more than what it was originally when I first took this, when I plugged this in. Wow. It's trying to come back to life, isn't it? That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to actually come back. It's actually doing more now. Jesus. They've got one on here, right, a Dansette on the actual thing, and fully working, £400. Jesus. I'm just going to leave this just to see if that is part. It's definitely getting better, and I ain't even touched it. It's more sound trying to come through now, and I've hardly touched it. So I wonder if it could be that capacitor that could be causing that. I'm trying to have a look to see if I can get one in multi-layer capacitors. I don't think you can. And again, that might sort of try to... it seems like it's becoming more... it feels like it's coming more on and then going off. Coming on, coming off again. The crackling is definitely to do with that switch on that. Shame that I can't buy the cat. See, again, running into that problem again, though, of when you've got vintage stuff, you're not going to get the parts. It's nice to actually try and get it working, but that's probably going to be one of the massive negative sides to try and get the parts for. That wobble is that what they call? I think they call that the whale and flutter. So it basically where it drifts in and comes out. Yeah, you would need to find the vintage parts, but you need to put it on the vintage and retro forums and then ask around if anyone has the parts. I think you're right. I think the way this is going. And I'm probably going to end up with the others. I mean, compared when I first got this, we got nothing. All we got was just static interference. But comparing to what it was originally, I would say that's a partial win. It ain't a full win, but it's a partial win. And all I've basically done was stripped it, put some wire in, try to help free some of this stuff up. At least I put the valve around the right way, because if I didn't do that, it probably would have been game over. But we didn't get no sound before, we just got a load of interference. I think it's stuck. Let's see if it gets to the end. No. So obviously that's wrong. That's part of the gear. It's supposed to get to the end. Find the end. Oh, there you go. See, it stopped. So it is weak. It's once it gets going. But I'd still put that down to the capacitor side on that. It just needs a little bit of just an helping hand on that front. Yeah, you can always find the parts, but they're through the forums, but a dedicated vintage, yes, with the old vintage electrics. I suppose, and yeah, you're right. So I would definitely say, you know, I reckon that switch probably ain't helping. So that I reckon, which I didn't really want to take apart, because the reasons why you take them apart, you've got to get that in the correct order. And I'm pretty sure I took one of them apart before, and they have got multiple boards inside, and they've got all little connectors. Now the downside to that is that probably ain't helping with that, because you can foresee that it was trying to get voltage. But I reckon that capacitor was also what's causing part of the hum, and it's also not helping the transformer, because that capacitor was right next to that big it went from the big transformer, and then when I looked at the circuitry, it was partly bridged over to the second transformer, which was obviously picking up for that. So I reckon the switch and that capacitor are going to be the two main issues on this. Sort them out, be done. But I can sort the switch out to a certain degree, but the capacitor, I'm going to say no. And by reading on the forum, reading on some of them, they said you can't buy that capacitor because it's got 3 capacitors rolled into one. at the end of the day, which again, I suppose this is the way they manufactured it at the end of it. But because obviously, look, I can still, if I look, we've not even plugged in. Listen, so to me, I would say that's the switch problem. That's not the capacitor issue. That's the switch causing that. So I'm going to turn that off. Right. The main thing is, I feel a lot safer now. It's got a much more modern plug than that shitty wire that it had to start with, which I wasn't happy. It was dangerous. You know, high voltage going into a really thin wire like that, I probably wouldn't recommend it. You know, so I feel a lot more safer now. It's on that front, and two, that this again on that platter. So again, that probably wants greasing. Looking at that, because again, that's putting strain on this motor, because the motor's here. Obviously, the motor's, this is where the motor's just spinning. This sits against it, and obviously, with that spinning, that probably ain't helping. Well, let me put a little drop of oil down it, because again, you want to get that as free as possible. So let me take that off at the end of it. I've got to be careful here because these clips are ever so tiny. Again, ideally, now, have you ever watched the other repairer? His name's Mend It Mark, right? Now, he's done a couple of record players, and he's really good. But he's like Luke's prices at Retro 6, really expensive. Average repair price on his website started at £250 upwards, which is really good. But he's really good of what he does. Again, he's like Luke at Retro 6 on that front. But these people, you pay them at a premium price at the end of it. Now that I only put an ever so slight drop on it. I'll read your message in a minute, bud. Give me a minute. That was dry as anything. That feels a little bit better. Again, let me just squirt a little drop of oil down on this side here. I'll tell you what, I can't even buy this oil. I'll have to look for some clock oil. If you're dealing with vintage stuff, clock oil is the way forward, because it's so fine, it gets right in the crevices and it stays. And that's what it needs. That's spinning a lot more freely now. That's what that noise is. That's what I can hear. It feels like a bearing. But it don't matter. It's a lot better than what it was. So what did I just do with that clip? Let me put that clip back on, and then I can put that. That's better. That's a lot better than what it was. Hell of a lot better. Now I don't want to ping this. I'm a sucker for. Really, I'm a bit of a sucker for punishment, really, because I'm going into vintage stuff because I won't really touch modern gear, right? Because most all my stuff is vintage, right? 9 out of 10, it's all vintage. That's on there, right? That's spinning a lot more freely. Look, right? Which is now it spins nice and free. So it needed just a drop of oil. Well, I'm thinking that's what this needs, right? Looking at this, right? Again, I reckon once this is off, I've got to be careful here, because if I remember, if I took these off, didn't these have a shaft that these have to go on? No. Right. So again, all the grease is dried up in here. Now this is where I want the silicone. I reckon this ain't helping with that platter. Right. I reckon that's exactly the reasons why that motor is not putting enough for it to spin round, because there's not enough oil or grease on there. Once it's got a nasty hair stuck in it. Well, that's not mine, and it definitely ain't the dog's, so I can't blame the dogs. I'm going to put some of this silicone grease. Again, it's for cogs. Yeah, look at the vintage record player forums and enjoying it and post it and explaining what it does and the parts, and someone might reply to your need. Do you know what? I will do that. Pete, I'm definitely going to... I would like to see this fully working. Oh, look at that. Nasty. That is a nasty, nasty hair. Ugh. Right, put it on there. That's not... I don't know how long that's been on there, but that's not... That's obviously not right. That's not right. So I'm going to just grab a little bit of silicone, smear it inside. Right. It wants a lot more. I don't know where my grease is. So that's what I could do with. I've got some proper... I mean, this is good stuff. Obviously, it's not enough. All these shafts want greasing. I reckon that's what's doing it and all. I reckon this ain't helping. But just smear a little bit on there. I'm going to try that again, because again, looking at this, we've got all these little connectors here, and there's no grease on this, none. There's no grease on it at all. I'm going to try and drag all this grease out. Because again, it's obviously not helping the situation. Because this has to turn. But I honestly thought that this would have had a belt, which I was really surprised, to be totally honest, and it didn't have a belt. I think I've took all that out now. There's not hardly anything left in it, but it don't matter. I'd rather put it on this anyway. Just put it on that shaft. Put some of that shaft, rub round some of that shaft, right, and some. Just rub it on the side there. I've took all that now. There's none in there. I've used all that up. And what I'm going to do is just smidge. I can't. There ain't no more in here now because I've took it all. Unless I can't get to the other bit. No, tiny little bit more. So let me just smear that on one side. Do love these. I don't know. What do you prefer watching when it comes to doing repairs? I mean, at the end of the day, I do like watching repairs. I'm not going to say I don't, but I would like to see more different items when it comes to with the repairs being done. At the end of the day, I would like to see more vintage stuff being done. Someone restoring something like this, trying to get it back to its former glory, and it's been stuck. Probably, like I said, it's probably been stuck in the loft for many years. At the end of the day, I'm going to put a little bit more around there. Bit of oil on this one. Bit round here. On that. Any other moving parts? Yeah. I mean, I would like just to see just a little bit, you know, sort of just everyone just got laptops or other bits and pieces, you know, just try and do something a little bit different. I mean, this is the reasons why on my channel, I'd like to try and, you know, I think that's why I'm a bit of a sucker, because I just grew up with this stuff. I mean, the last time I had a record player like this was probably back in about '83 at the end of the day. Now what I just need a spatula just to drag that around. Again, there's no grease on this. Now to dry grease up is probably going to be in the region why this was multiple issues. Obviously, these things don't like being sat around for too long. That feels better. That does feel a lot better. I'm going to put the platter back on. Just power it back up again and see if that's made a difference just by putting some grease. I've put some oil on that wheel, greased all that shaft up. Right. It probably ain't going to help with the thing on it, but it literally had no grease or oil at all. I can't even turn it. How can we make that dial? Right. Okay. Where's me? Let's grab me little pinches. That's it. That went in just for a split second. That went to move. Did you? That's tried to move, which it didn't do before. Yeah. Wow, that's just by literally. Now that didn't do that, because again, all I've done was grease that shaft. That humming, that's that capacitor with the thing on it. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I don't get me wrong, I do love watching repairs, but I would like to see more vintage stuff being posted, I think, on that front. Now, I used all of that little clock grease up. Well, I need a little tiny toothbrush. You know what I need? Little tiny artist. I might have to look for some when I'm down in the market. We've got an art and craft market down where we are. It's only on a certain day. And I need some little tiny toothbrushes. Not toothbrushes, paintbrushes. Artist paintbrushes. And you need to brush that in. I think that's what it needs. But that wasn't doing that before. So obviously, now let's see if that, we'll let it stop. I mean, it still needs to go in the ultrasonic cleaner. But it's now working. It's picking up. Does it move by itself if I put the auto? No. Don't push your luck. No, it's still a little bit on the weak side, but it's sort of, once you give it a little bit of an helping hand, and it stopped again. Right, so what about if I put it on 45 or 78? Let's turn it down because that hissing's bloody annoying. Let's try it on manual. Now that seemed to work very quickly. Let's do the auto. Wow. So it's only when I put it on 33 or 16 and above. What about actually? Come to think about it, I've got one right down here. I've got a 45 record, right? Sonia, right? Because I've got all my 1980s stuff anyway, right? So, typical of me, I always end up having something hanging around. It's 1980, right? I'm going to leave it on 45, and I'm going to put it on auto. It's now playing. Oh, that nearly got so far. Go on. Can't hear it. But at least I know the cartridge is good, because like I said, you did get sound coming through it. So what I'll do, I'll go on the Discord, and I think Discord will actually, there might be someone vintage in there at the end of the day. And also, the best place to post one of that is Reddit, the Reddit post. Post it on there and see if I get a reply. I'll probably go through both, because Discord and Reddit are the most biggest sort of articles where people might know something. Let's click on the auto. Oh, it's sort of, by greasing that up, it has helped it, but then it goes back again. It shouldn't do that. And again, it's getting stuck here, so it wants a bit of grease on this bit, underneath this platter arm. But it shouldn't do that though. It shouldn't return and pick back up and start it again. So, but if I put that on 33, which it slows down, it sort of stops. So again, speed is the issue here. And again, I've put it on 30. I put it on 33. No, it keeps going back. So obviously we've got an issue here. At the end of the day, shouldn't keep doing that. But it's picking up the right speed, but it's obviously getting a bit confused with when it comes to what did they have? That was another issue that I could never understand. Why did they have that back in the early 1960s? They had a second arm at the end of it. I mean, I've never seen that on record. I've seen it a few times, but I never understood why they had a second arm there. Is that because, was this to do with multi-playable records when you used to put them on, when it used to pick up and play one? Is that something to do with the return arm, or the actual drop arm itself? I mean, that still wants a little drop of oil on there. Actually, come to think about it, where's that gear? Where's that little oil? Yeah, I see her. Let's see if I can smear a little dry. It's bone dry. Everything's bone dry. Let that drip down for a minute, and hopefully, because again that shaft is just dry as a bone on there. Because again it's got, see that as soon as you move that arm, that knocks it. Yeah, it's for the automatic side, I think. Yeah, it's got to be, because looking at it on there, you've got like a notch coming out. I mean, obviously it's dry as anything. I mean, that's gone down lovely now. That gear oil works lovely. If you've got something that's just dry as anything, that just, look, I ain't even touched that, and it sort of stops. So I'm going to pull that down here, take Sonia back out for a minute. Sorry Sonia. When was this record? 89. It's still 80s. Regardless, it's 1989 at the end of the day. Still, I'll put it there for a minute. I can't even turn that dial. It's fucking rock solid, right? Right, turn that off because that's going right through my head now. The main thing is, it's been wired up correctly. The issue we've still got, which is there's still two main issues that this still has, which will be, one, that switch is a big part. I think, for fuck's sake, so the screwdriver's gone in there. Oh, and then the bits come out of it. Yeah, went down well, didn't it? Everything's rust, and I've noticed, I'll say one thing, Peter, right? I've noticed one thing on here, where this poor machine has been left into the loft, right? Literally, the corrosion has started to take hold of everything. Looking at here, there's a hell of a lot of corrosion, and it's such a shame. Oh no, have I hit the camera again? I have, haven't I? Hold up. I can knock the camera now, and the camera's not working. Let's put my glasses on. Fucking camera's just sitting there. I've only got to knock this bloody camera. I might have to take this back to where I got this from, and it's causing issues because I should not be knocking on that desktop cam. Deactivate, activate. There we go. It's back in. As soon as I move it, for some reason, right? As soon as I move it, yeah, the easy enough to change the switches. I mean, yeah, it's a shame that I can't swap the switches over on that front, but looking at most of all of this stuff on here, it's crusty, it's very crusty, and ideally what you really want to do, I did watch Mend It Mark, and there was a record player that he had to do. It was I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was a Grundig, it was a really hot one. Oh, that transformer's a bit warm. Bloody no, that's a bit toasty, that, at the end of the day. So there's voltage definitely getting into it. So I reckon, looking where it's coming out, the big transformer, there's 3 transformers in this. Wow. So we've got a transformer, we've got a transformer one with that in there, at the end of the day. Actually, if that transformer can come out, am I right in saying that's got a magnetic shaft in there at the end of the day? Do you reckon by cleaning that magnetic shaft up would help as well? Because again, that obviously creates, you've got electrons both sides of the transformer, which then drives that magnet. And if that magnet's all pitted, at the end of the day, if that's not in the greatest condition, again, that could cause that to run very sluggish. But I would say a big part of it is that bloody capacitor that's obviously causing the issue. The valve's working, believe it or not. I mean, I've like you said, cool, bloody hell, that's a bit toasty. No, we know that transformer, that's got some a little bit of heat to that at the end of the day. So I would definitely say, yeah, it's had a bit of a voltage. I reckon also that if I took the motor out of that transformer, because you should be able to swap them out. They're only it's magnetic. They're not soldered in. They have to sit on the bottom of the spline, and it just spins round. It spins round that motor at the end of the day. I suppose I don't know if that's durable to take out. Looks like you've got to get to access to the top to drop it from the bottom. Yeah, you can also buy those in job lots in valves. Trouble is, if they're £20 each, yeah, they're not exactly cheap stuff on that. So I don't know what to do. I mean, that switch, what I'm really worried about, if I took that switch back out, which is not a problem, the only issue that I've got, that if that board, there'd be 2 boards in there, at least maybe 3 boards. There's going to be at least two connections in it, and them connections are going to be what's causing that crackling. Now, looking at it from up here, I can see already they're corroded. So the carbon that's actually on it could actually causing that crackling issue at the end of the day. I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, there's not a lot I can do on that front, because you're not going to be able to buy that switch. Yeah, that's the only snag. You're not going to be able to buy that because that's got the voltage going in. Yeah, you might not be able to buy that because it's not cheap, but it's fully working. It's the to buy a fully working one unit, it's like 400. Well, that's actually cheap. I just looked one. I found one that's 500. So again, 400 to 500. So these do hold very strong money by the sound of it. I think I'm going to take a gamble, right? I'm going to carefully take the screws back out of this, and I'm going to go back to that switch, because that switch is not, looking at that switch is obviously causing a massive problem, and that's nothing to do with the capacitor. It's just not. So I'm going to move that out of the way. If I'm careful, because I've got the valve in there and I don't want to end up touching, you know, breaking that valve, because if they're 20 quid each, it's game over for it. I'm going to take that. I think that's the sensible move to do. Is, you know, there's not a lot I can do with that switch, but the only thing is, if I'm careful, really careful, which is going to be difficult, is take it out, because I know that the carbon tips on there are just going to be pitted. Right, I've moved that to one side, ever so slight. I'm going to leave this in, because these are buggers. This is why I didn't want to put the caps back in. I thought, no, just in case this might have to come back out. No, of course though. That one's spinning round. And that one's spinning round. Now they started to thread. So that means the screws. This is why I don't like electronic screwdrivers. Especially this Bosch one. I paid, what did I pay for it? About 30 quid. It's not too bad. But already I started to strip the screw. Now that again, it's taking the edges off, which is not great. So I'm going to put them at the top, at the end of it, and pull that one out. That switch is definitely not helping. But what I've got to be careful with, because you're altering the switch mechanism. So obviously that's a sound. I wish they would have done it separate. If they would have done it separate, then it wouldn't have been so bad. But we'll give it a go. It's got to come back out anyway. I'm going to have to take multiple pictures of this, and obviously of the switches. Make sure that it's unplugged. No, I'm one step ahead of you there, brother. I don't do an Andy, trust me. I love Andy. I do. I think he's a great. He puts on. He gets stressed. He does get stressed. He says he don't get. He does get stressed. I see him. He does get. If things don't go his way, he tends to go in one. With me, you know, if it don't work, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. I mean, for what I paid for this, at the end of it, I've only saved it going into the scrap heap, because we use a company called Sate, and they buy all broken electronics. So this would have just, and they really take the biscuit out of the hospice, because for what they give all of the broken items, they put it in boxes. So we have to put all of this in a broken box, right, in the thing. So it would have been it would have been all slung with all other broken electrical items, right. Now the hospice ain't got time to test. All they do is plug it in with a special meter, with a PAT test meter, to make sure it passes. It'll rather say pass or fail. If it fails, it goes into this box. And they're not really, by law, they're not allowed to sell it to the public, because unless you're a volunteer, but even with that, they've got strict policies, they're not supposed to. Just in case, if there's an issue, they don't want, the hospice do not want any comebacks. So they would rather it go to a proper recycling centre at the end of the day, and they buy it. But the trouble downside to that is they give them about 7p a box full of broken items. 7p, right? Which is a piss take. To be totally honest, it is. You know, they could have given more than that. They could have given 50p. Would have been nothing. I paid £5, so I probably paid for the entire lot just for that. At the end of the day, and one, it helps with the tills so they can meet their targets, and two, that I really didn't need this, to be totally honest. But I think because there was 3 of them, and I got the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. I thought, like, it'll make great content when I get round to it. And 2, if I can revive it, get it back up and running, I'll sell it for them. And not only that, so they've got money out of me. It makes great content for YouTube, and also they get money as well. So to me, it's not as if, you know, I don't really need the money. I'm not boasting, I don't. So yeah, I reckon 100%. I would definitely say on that front, yeah, it would make sense to be a shame if I can't salvage this at the end of the day. Do you know what what I'm more worried about, right, is, I can't unsolder it from there, can I? I really need, because the way they've got all the wires here, I can't work like this, obviously. What about if I snip the wires yeah, actually that's not a bad idea. If I snip the wires from the red and black, I can then pull this out, because I can leave all that soldered in the right correction. And I've got my little connectors. I might be able to put these on a snap connector. I think I'll do that. Just cut the wires ever so brief. Right. One there. It's only for the thing anyway. And then I could take all this out. And then move that ever so slight. I've got to be careful here, because I've got that valve, and I do not want to break that valve, not one bit of that valve, because that valve is, they are £20. It's going to be more than me. I am really determined to sort that switch out. And the trouble is, when you know you've got determination, right, is some people will just give up. I'm not one of those people, I'm afraid to say. I'm very competitive. I like to try, and that's the general idea, is let's try to fix, because that's what it is all about. It is trying to fix. I mean, now I can gain proper access now on this. I'll leave that valve in place, because I won't need to get to it. First things first, I've just realised you're mucking around with live voltages here. I thought, Dick, grab your multimeter, make sure there's no voltage coming out of it. Okay, otherwise you're going to light up like a Christmas tree. You know, I forgot there's capacitors, regardless to what's in that capacitor, it doesn't matter. You know, there's still lessons to be learnt here. Don't run away with the idea because you switched it off, you'll be fine. So I'm going to earth it. Millivolts. Fine. Is there any on that volt? Is there any on that cap? No. I reckon that cap's dead, you know. I reckon there's hardly any voltage in that cap, which that's not helping. I've got a really sneaky suspicion that there's a multi-layer cap, and I reckon that cap is still, it's not hardly any charge in it, it's all dried up. I mean, I've never seen that before. Literally three, let's pull that round from that side to that side. That's better. So, first thing, I've got to try and bend these up, right? Now, this is where the interesting bit is, right? It don't take long to try and do. I've got to watch this because the bloody camera knock itself out again. And then, as you can clearly see, right? Now, the top part on these cap, you can probably see they look like these bendable legs, right? Now, when you take these out and you bend them up, this is where the top part, you can pull that carbon out. But there's obviously going to be bits underneath it, so I'm going to have to be really careful here at the end of the day. So first things first, let's take that off. That ain't helping. I mean, that crackling is just beyond a joke. It drives me up the wall. 9 out of 10 radios will have that crackle, because again, pot issue. I mean, I've got that big 16-bit amplifier next door, my multi-amp, to do with all my disco stuff, and after the pots on there are really stiff, I'm not even going to try and muck about. I think they're 50, or I think you go from 50 all the way up to a 2 or 4K ohm pot, and some of these might actually be like, oh, see what I mean? I don't want to bend that because again the leg issue. I've got to be careful here. I've got to be so bloody careful. That one nearly, no, that's snapped. See, that one snapped off. That's what you don't want. Now, there's a lesson there. Don't get too hasty. I've got to try and bend these up. And these are ever so slight. And then what I need to do is just like that. That's one. Bloody broke one off. I don't want to do that again. Once I've got them on there, it ain't so bad. This is what's holding the pot down. Now, can I straighten that? That's started to take that tension off it already. So I've got 2 more to do. Then this top part can come off. Let's do that one. While we're there, I can hear that kid crying. That's all I hear. They've got a newborn downstairs. Now I'm in a flat that lives in concrete, which is really good because it's great for noise absorption at the end of the day. And I don't really have any issues. When the old boy died, he done nothing but moaned. He moaned about the dog, you know, peeing up there. You know when you get some old people, they just like to moan about everything. Thinking, bloody hell, you know, you don't want trouble with your neighbours, but you can't help it with flats. It's just that some of these things are always the same. Yeah, replacing that super module can come in with a tempo amp voltage. The Rolling and Dansette Junior, and similar the architecture, the smoothing cap, this block, yes, because that's that smoothing capacitor. It's called a smoothing capacitor. I didn't know that was called a smoothing capacitor. So I suppose that's what takes out the hum from the obviously the valve. Also boosts up when it comes to transformers and things like that, gives it its correct value. Now, hold up, let me take this out ever so slight. This might come out in one go if I'm lucky. Hold up, I've got a problem here. I can't take this out. Shite. I've got to unsolder that. It looks like I've got to unsolder the leg because the leg's attached to the side. They've earthed it out. Not ideal. Let me take that off then. Actually, I didn't even know I left that on. Fuck. I've left the soldering iron on. It's come up with a cup of coffee. Perhaps it thinks it wants a drink or something. I don't know. Right, let me take all that out, bud. Before I do anything, that might be lucky. That might come out in one piece. So, I can't find my flux. Yeah, fucking table. I need to sort this table out really bad. Right. Yeah, I like that soldering iron. It's really good. It's a lovely little soldering iron. It's really light. It's not like my other one. This is great for micro soldering, and I can't do micro soldering. Again, as Clint Eastwood always says, you've got to know your limits. It's only what you feel confident of doing. And that's the trouble when you see other people. I know we're all learning, and we are learning about it. Remember, when back in the early days when I was doing things like this, they didn't have electric courses. They had computer courses. Now, if it was anything to do with computers, I'm right up there at the end of the day, which is not a problem. But they didn't do electrical courses. And the electric courses they do today is only to do with 4 electrics. It's not like electrics like this, because no one else does it. So you've got to now go, you've got to do online tutoring or something. Jesus, I'm putting all that heat in, it's still not coming off. Fucking, what did they use on here? Now that's 400 Celsius at the end of the day. It's not even budging. I can't even get that hot to actually take the solder off that. Wow. And I'm moulding that on. Literally I'm moulding that on. It's not even, it's just about going now. That's mental. Yeah. Now it's off. Jesus. I've never seen that. I have never ever seen that. That I left that on for about, what, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? And it weren't even budging. Just to take, I don't want to cut it because it's got to be soldered back on. And that was at 400 Celsius. I ain't been there, have I? No. Thank God I ain't. Right. I won't need that. I can turn it off. Now she should come out. Fucking hell. Ah. Yes, I was right. We've got the powers at the bottom. Hold up. So what we got here? Let's just have a quick. We've got a switch at the bottom. So that's interesting. That's really interesting. Let me show you, and I can show you what I've done. Got to be careful because of the valve. I don't want to break that valve. Because again, the switch is all connected. Now, if I bring this in ever so slight. Right, I was right with 2-layer boards, a multi-layer board. This is sandwiched between the two. The first part on there, the switch is separated, which that's interesting to actually have a switch separated. Well, it looks like we've got metal in there for this selector, right? Obviously, that must make a connection where it stops. 2. This is the switch itself, right? So this is what's dealing with all that volume and all that crackling at the end of it. So again, I still can't gain full access to it, but I can now get to the track in between and see if I can try and clean it with some contact cleaner. Basic. I don't want to use IPA because I'm going to end up having an issue. So, and I didn't have to try and solder nothing, which is, well, only that earth at the side at the end of it. So hopefully on that, but I've got to try and get something in between. That is interesting though. With that, where's that contact cleaner? Yeah, read the last 2 messages. I have, sorry bud. Yeah, replacing that super module. I've read that one, and that one it's just a switch on and off at the end of the day. Yeah, that one's just a switch, but that one's got for sand. So obviously that's what's causing all that crackling. So first things I need to do, which I couldn't get right in. So first thing, let's do the old-fashioned way with just cleaning with cloth. See if we can get in here with a bit of cloth or something. Let's grab another thing. That one's too thick. 1 minute. That's interesting on that front. I said to you that's going to be a multi-layer board. I know, because I know what these are like. So I'm just going to rub ever so slight, because you've got carbon on these. They're like a carbon, and I just don't want to go too mad with trying to. So if I try and put a little bit of contact cleaner between the two. I can't even get a cotton bud in here. It's too thick. hopefully we getting any dirt off? Yeah, we got a little bit. We've got a little bit of dirt off it. Obviously, I've got to be careful here because I've got the contact in the centre. And I need to turn that all the way round. I think they designed these where you can't really clean them and, you know, take them apart. Ideally, you really want to take this apart on this front, on that front, and then give that a clean that way. But I don't think you can do that, because that would have been ideal. And again, it's jumped track. The track's jumped off the track. Is that jumped off the track? Yeah, it's jumped off the track. See, this is what you don't really want to. You've got to be so careful of pushing these on. They've got to be sitting on the track to make the contact. Like that. It's got to sit inside. I mean, ideally, I would like to take that out. But you can't take these out. I don't think you can. You can't take these out, unfortunately. They're sort of like they're all moulded into one. Oh no, not more bloody ding dongs. Hold up. Oh, order update. I've ordered some I've got some. I bought some TikTok. These items off TikTok, but they're bloody USB Type C, right? Well, my computer don't have USB Type C connectors, so I've got to buy a USB Type female to go to a USB male out, and just hopefully they'll work it. But even if I've got the DJI ones, because they want to sell at the moment, I still won't be able to use them because it's got the same problem. Not many computers have got it. They don't look like. You want my honest opinion? They don't look like there's hardly anything on there. It looks like this is what this. It feels weird. It looks like all it is. It just looks like a black carbon piece of card, and it's got two contacts that it sits on. Let me see if I can try and. I need something on there as well. I can just, you know, like you need a little bit of a. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. I've got some of these, right? And it's rough. Is that rough? I think that is. It's really fine. What I need to do is put it in between that pad, and I think that what's causing that issue is them top ones are slightly ever so corroded. And that looks like that's going to be the case. Because again, corrosion is the key on these. They do corrode. Them terminals, I mean, I have took some bit off. You can actually see, if you look on there, you can actually see that I've took some of the top part of the corrosion off that itself. Look, you see the marks that I've left. So I mean, again, these are part of the external Dremel sets, you know, like the proper Dremels that they have, and I've got loads of them. But you don't want to go too many because obviously they've made a connection on it. But I'm going to try that again. Put that just in between. And give it some contact cleaner. Right, give that a wipe round. Because again, looking at this board and the connectors on here, you've got to get these just right. Yeah, about there. So, I think that's going to do. I'm going to put this back together because I don't want to. I know what happens. I don't want to tempt fate for too long because that's when you tend to go. You should have stopped, and that's exactly what I want to do. I want to stop. I have now got right in there and get that a bloody good clean. Right, on that connector. Let's make sure that turns off, which is not turning off. See, so this is reasons why I say don't go mad when something goes like that. For some reason that has got to click. Looks like one of that bit there, it's got to click into there's a notch there. That notch has got to sit in between that bit there to turn the switch. So, but at the also at the same time, you've got to keep this straight and make sure them platters don't jump off. So this goes around a certain way. Yeah. I've got to bend the arm out here because that's getting in the way. This is the only thing, taking these apart. These are not the easiest to take apart. This is reasons why, one, I hate taking these apart, because purely for that reason. Because again, it all starts moving, and this is when you start having problems. So I've got two, that's jumped off. Has that jumped off? I think they've gone behind. Let me read your messages, bud. Yes, March the capacitor. If the original one sounds like 16 and 32, you can use separate caps. That's what I read in their places. The voltage on that, the rank pickup, is comfortably exceeds the high voltage in circuit for valve amps. That might be fairly high, depending on the measurements on the B+. Low ESR, right, which is good, but you don't need a super exotic amplifier cap or power smoothing for the job. So that's what I partly read up on there. Basically it said that you can put two caps on, but you will need to put the third cap obviously around the circuit. So I suppose because obviously they don't do this free capacitor issue, so what you'll have to do is follow it on the board and put multiple caps, because they're not high voltage, some of these are 25 volt, you've got 27 volt, and you've also got a 50 volt at the end of the day. So obviously that'll have to go a certain way round on the board to compensate for that. But I would definitely say that capacitor is not doing its job 100% on that front. So yeah, you are. I would definitely totally agree with you there. That cap is not doing its job. I reckon that cap is causing an issue. But again, the way they've done it, I've never seen a capacitor that's got 3 caps in one. Again, something I've learned. And again, a 1960s radio record player that's got obviously, you know, a valve. I've not seen. I didn't think they would still have them. They phased them out during the 50s. I'm interested to see what the next radio's like, because again, looking at that perspective, I don't know if that's going to actually have a valve in that. I just don't know if it's going to have a valve in. Now, looking at that, are they touching the tracks? They are touching the tracks. So this is touching the track. I can see it touching the track on that front. But yeah, you're right. You can use the other caps that you can put into its place, because you're not going to be able to replace that capacitor. And I reckon that capacitor, that they're probably all of their values are dried out at the end of the day. So it's virtually not doing nothing anyway at the end of it. But you've got to get them in the right orientation with capacitors, because you know that, again, obviously, because this is a smoothing capacitor, that's probably why they've done 3 in 1. I mean, once I take it out, I'll take it apart and have a look. It'd be interesting, because, again, I've only got to splice the top. It's going to be dry as anything, but it'll give you an insight of what that would be like. I mean, these won't bulge. These will just foul. These will just dry up. They're like almost the caps. They'll have that coiled paper inside, wrapped up really finely, and the fluid will just be dry on the actual paper, which is not giving it its correct value at the end of it. So really, all it's doing is basically bypassing on that. So whatever the 3 caps is in there, if they're all 3 of them are dried up, it ain't going to do much. It's probably not going to help with the sound as well at the end of it. Like all these capacitors, there's always a workaround, but yeah, that's the only downside. When there's a workaround, that's it. I've got to try and get this back on with that slotted back in, and this is not easy. It's putting up a fight. So what I need to do is just bend these out ever so slight. I've got to try and get that switch back in all in one. There's notches, and it's got to click into play. And it's not clicking. See, that's not clicking. So obviously I've took that out. Now I've got to get that, even though it slots in, I've got to try and get that in and turn that switch. There's a switch system in there, and it's not switching. It's not turning it on. I think I've done it. There you go. It is now. Cool. It wasn't doing that earlier. If this still don't do after I've took all this off, then obviously this is another pot that's gone bad, and is not, again, trying to get parts for these vintage stuff is obviously not going to be the easiest. Hello, Bronson. Let's try that again, because that's bloody hard to turn that. Yeah, it's not the... Well, all we can do is basically just put it back and give it a try. I've cleaned that the best I can. Literally have. The crackling was absolutely horrendous. So, all I can basically do is plonk her back on. Oh, before I do that, I've got to solder it back on, you know. I've got to solder the earth back on. Of course, because that's an earth that's come off the side. Right, okay, switch the soldering iron back on. And then I can put this back in. I mean, there's not a lot I'm going to be able to do on that front, but hopefully, yeah, that 11, 10 volt and 16 volt reads at 105 Celsius. At the end, that's a radical electrolytic for a small for filtering. So what I need to do then, because again, I haven't got the schematics on this at the end of the day, but it won't be too. The downside is, how would you know? See, without the schematics, this is what does it. You've got 3 capacitors rolled into one. How would I know from the top to the bottom of what's supposed to be reading onto that value that goes off? Because reading that capacitor, that one branches off to the big capacitor, one branches off to the small one, and one looks like it goes over to a filter capacitor, like a little filter one over the side there. And that's the trouble. You're trying to read its values, and if you can't read its values or see where these ones go if they're dried up. Again, put it under voltage on there and test it. You're going to be reading in circuit, which is going to throw all your values off. Because, like you said, unless you take it out and try and read it that way, that's the only other way to try and do it. Yeah, you read it from the modern example, it's clamped down. So, yeah, that might be the best bet. I mean, you know, obviously trying to read or unsolder it, because obviously once you've unsoldered it, you've got the correct values, and then you should read. You've got, because on the side here it's got 1, 2, and 3, right? So obviously the third might be pointing down, second might be pointing up, and the first one might be going off. So you can sort of get to know roughly the value on that, but that still needs to come out to read that capacitor at the end of it, which I can still gain access to because it's freed up quite well. But what I'm going to do is let me just put that back on, but that still needs to, like I said, to bring that capacitor back to life. It's because it's got to be altered. There's no two ways of saying it. That cap was probably just completely kaput. You know, you've only got to have one go bad on there, but looking at that, I'd say they've all gone bad. And there's not a lot you're going to be able to do on that front. Let me solder this on. I'm going to put all this on there. But I mean, like I said, it makes really good interesting because you don't get to see these old machines. You're trying to bring them back to the dead, because, like you said, all it was going to be originally was it was only going to be scrapped. It's going to be scrap value. Is that on? That looks like it's on. That is on. That'll do. I'm gonna call that a win, but it's got to go back in, because for that reason is, like you said, that crackling done my head into it. I don't know if this is going to solve the problem, or what I'm going to do now is just briefly put this back in, right? I'm not going to put a bolt of this back in because I could be wasting my bloody time here, putting it all in, taking it out, and I'm not going to keep doing that. So I'm going to test it without. I'm going to test it just sitting out. So I'm just going to put this. Oh, that. I want to see if we got that crackling. Has that solved the problem or made it worse or got none? Take your bets. I'm going to say by me disturbing it, I reckon, because I know what these carbon tracks are like. They're sods. Right? They are absolutely. I'll have to watch it because that'll be live, right, on this. But, oh, you won't, will you? Because it's got to be connected up to a speaker. Duh. Fuck, I forgot all about that because I cut the speakers off. Yeah, you won't get no sound, will you? You donut. I just fell in. You won't get nothing. So it's got to go back in. So, okie dokie. But that capacitor, I think that might be the next move on the next video, is take it out, right? Just unsolder it, test its values, and then see if because I have got some of them capacitors, but they're not. I mean, they're going to be anything better than them because that's just not obviously not doing anything. But without putting it through, they'll have to come out because you'll be reading it in circuit, and it's going to give you all different values anyway. So it's going to confuse you even more. And you should never test capacitors in circuit. You should always test them out of circuit. It gives you its true reading, you know. And then you can see if your ASR is really high and you really want it low. And if they're reading if they're really high, then that's acting like it's acting like a resistor. You know, it's going to resist against it, not giving you the correct value on it. So, yeah, not ideal. Back again. Right. Let me put this up. Yeah, look at your private message in Discord, bud. I will. And there's something on there. Yeah, thank you for that. I will definitely. But now, hold up a minute. Which way has this got to go? I've got to be careful with that because that fucking valve. I'm really paranoid with that valve. Don't want to break it. So we've got to go this way, haven't we? We have got to go this way. We've got to put the valve, that goes, yeah, I'm glad I cut that in there, because soldering him back on are absolute sods to get back on. It is turning. Hold up, let's spin that round, and get that to the correct values. It's getting all tangled, and I hate wires that tangle up, especially all these vintage stuff. I like it a specific way where it's not, you know, everything's just don't fall over. Yes, that's an understatement. Right, that's a bit better. Right, let me see if I can just nip that up a little bit. It does. Cool. Right, okay, so it's got to be flipped over this side. I don't think I'm going to put the bottom ones in because this has got to come back out, because I want to do, I think in the next part, I think I'll try this and then I'll end the stream here, right, because I've got to have something to eat. I ain't had nothing. And what I want to do is in the next part, I'll see if I can try to, I'll take the cap out, the capacitor, right, and that'll probably be in tomorrow's stream. I'm going to take the capacitor out and then test its value with that cap out and have a look to see if I've got anything to put back in its way, to see if that'll actually help. Because I have got some caps that are low that are was stained on it. I mean, look, it's an experiment at the end of the day. Comparing these are obviously these type of machines. They're old and vintage. They're going to be, you know, you're going to have multiple issues, you know, at the end of it. These, remember, they're like the arcade machines. When I was doing the arcade machines on that, it was bad enough for that. Yeah, whilst you're eating, ready message in Discord, use your can, yeah, if you can, put the new caps inside. Yeah, good idea. And then that'll be ready for tomorrow. I think I'll do that, bud. I think that's a great idea. But I'm just curious to see if we can cure this crackling issue at the end of the day. So I'm only going to put 2 back in. I'm not putting all 4 back in because they've all got to come back out again. There's no point. And I think what I'll do, I'll take that out with that motor, strip that and have a look. I just want to see if this solves. Right, that's 2 in. Now I've got a strip. Where's me stripper? Me wire stripper. This is only going to be briefly. One, 2. Yeah, I'll go through the values and see if I've got the values in here. I've got loads of caps. They're probably all them cheap Chinese shit ones. But, you know, it's going to be better than nothing. Because what's on it at the moment, that cap's not doing nothing. Yeah, I probably will put that cap inside. You're right. That's giving me an idea. I want to come back to this. I'm more intrigued. Because that's, again, the more I learn about vintage, the more confident it gives me of doing the next one. And that's all you're doing. You're just, because it's a guessing game, you're just guessing at the end of it. I mean, remember, who else deals with it? I don't know anyone. The only other one I know that will do with this, and the old boy charges, is the one that looked at my my amplifier, that record player, that other one, because he said the power amp's gone. He said if you can get another amp, if you can get one that's identical, he said just swap. He said all you need to do is unsolder it and solder it straight in. He said, but don't get one of them Chinese ones. He said you'll be throwing your money away. He said it will work it. He said, but it won't last for long. He said, you know, because he's done them before, and he said they're absolutely crap. He said, and you've got to be careful because it can take out. He said it can take out other issues as well if it shorts, which he's probably right. This has got to be stripped back just a little bit more. Fuck me, I can't even grip it. There you go. What's going on there? Right. That wire's just a tad bit short. I don't want to go together there. Done the black one. I just can't get the red one on. That's annoying. We'll have an handy moment. Oh, for crying out loud. Grandpa's Bench. I don't think I've ever watched his stream, Grandpa's Bench. I don't think I'm even subscribed to his channel. Does he deal with vintage stuff? I don't know. I mean, J-Fix was on here yesterday. He was mentioning about it. But I can't recall. I mean, I've watched so many bloody repair programs, I've lost count. And I've subscribed to a lot. I mean, as Stuart Fix said last night, he said if you ain't subscribed to any of the channels, he'd left a link, but for some reason the link weren't working. Do you know what? I can't even twist that. It won't even let me twist it and get in there. Oh, you fucking son of a bitch. Let's try. The wire is just... Oh, fucking shavings all come out. I can nearly hit that bit. You know, eat the metal shavings. Yeah, go on, eat them. It's good for you. A bit of metal in your diet. You're talking about metal, right? I've got a cranky dog that I end up, you know, taking on because someone else didn't want him. He ate one of my cream cakes, right? And I know you shouldn't give dog cream cakes, but he drove me up the bloody wall. Yeah, what did that crank do? I put the cake down for him. My own fault, I shouldn't have done it at the end of it. And I thought the staffs were bad enough. The staffies. Yeah, he's just like on the staffy side. He had the bloody tin foil to go with it. He just, and the time I realised, I went, hang on, he was eating it. I went to try and take it out of his mouth, he swallowed it. So now he had the tin foil with the cake. It was too late. It swallowed a lot. It literally just swallowed it. And I was really worried. I thought, oh God, you know, is he going to have issues of I've got to take him up the bloody vets? Yeah, I've done it. Finally. Thank frigging God for that. Right, cool. So. Right, I'm going to leave this record player hanging up. We've got power. I hate touching things because I don't like touching things while they're live, but the light comes straight on. God, for crying out loud. Well, it's better than what it was, but it comes straight on, it didn't turn off. So, we got a little bit of the crackling. Right, so let's switch it back on. Let's put the record on. It ain't crackling so much, I'll grant you that, it's not. I don't think that's we got partial sound. I still think it's that capacitor. It's not half as bad as what it was now. Sound's trying to come through. So I'm going to say in that side Pico that capacitor's gone kaput, because you can hear it now. You can hear it trying to fade. It fades in, goes out, fades in, goes out. but the switch, if I turn that all the way down, it goes dead quiet. If I turn that all the way up, I can hear it. It is really faint. If I turn that all the way down, I can't hear nothing. So that is definitely the capacitor now. But we have crackled most of that crackling that has gone down. Because I can hear it coming through. I'll leave it playing. And that turned off, which it didn't do that before, did it? That was Sonic. I've still got that slight hum there, but I can definitely vouch for to say that was. I'll put that on 33. Sound's definitely coming out, which it wasn't before, and I can hear it, but it's really, really faint. If I turn it down, I don't hear nothing. I just hear it from the record. I crank all this all the way up. There is partial sound coming out, and we ain't got that nasty crackling like it did before. So I would say, again, that is definitely a partial win on that front. So I'm going to leave it. I think that's the best bet. It ain't crackling no more, but I think that tone with that pickup, what it was doing previous, it was picking up, going down, picking up. But yeah, I'm definitely saying that is working a lot better than what it was. So cleaning that track helps. Because if I turn that all the way down, remember, I only cleaned that track, a good portion of that. But the humming, and you could just hear it faintly trying to come through. Shame. So I think the next part is capacitors. Give it a go. I think I'm going to dig it out and put these in a bag, put these screws in a bag and these clips, because it's all got to come back out again. I'll leave that where I might extend in wires a bit from that speaker and go from there. But after this I'll have a bite to eat while I'm reading the Discord. But we've definitely got more sound coming through now. Even though it's faint, it's on maximum volume. If I turn that all the way down, get absolutely nothing from the speaker. No, I'm nothing. If I turn it up a little bit, maximum volume. Definitely. Which definitely is helping on that front. Can you hear it? I mean, I'm not even touching it, so I think that filter cap, the capacitor. I think that's what it's trying to do. I reckon it's trying to charge itself to get the resistance through to boost the amplifier sound up. Because remember, that's a smoothing cap, but obviously it needs the correct voltage also to power the other bits up as well. But I don't think it wouldn't mind. It wouldn't hurt to try and. It's got to be taken out. Again, letting it charge up a bit. Leaving it just charges it. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do, because this stream's going on long a bit, otherwise it'll just drag on and on, and people get bloody bored. I mean, how many people? I've got 5 watching. So it's saying on there. But we have got somewhere compared to we got nowhere with this. So it's not the type of fix that I really wanted, because like you said, but then you can't guarantee every stream that you're going to get a perfect fix every time, because that's electrics. That's what learning about is. But at least I've sort of I mean, this is really basic. I mean, it's understanding the basics on there, how these pick up, but it's just getting the components for half of these. But that's not crackling, that horrible crackling. I'm glad in a way that, I had to be careful taking that out. But ideally, that really wants changing for a brand new one. I mean, realistically, no, you're probably not going to get the part for it, unless you've got one of these, like, it's been in a smash and you just want to transfer it over. But no, you're not going to get the parts for. But I will have a look in the forum. But like I said, that is definitely helped cleaning that track. That's why I didn't want to go too mad at cleaning the carbon. I thought I'd just use the cleaner. But obviously the switch comes straight on, so there's obviously I've got to get that position right to put that on as well on that. So that has to be sorted out. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do on that front, I think that's a good shout. I'm thinking I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow and do a part 2 to this at the end of the day, and we'll come back to it. Dig out some capacitors, and it'll probably be about. I'll normally start streaming again roughly around about. Because I have to do bits for the hospice, so I normally get on the bat for about 1 o'clock. Sounds about right. 1:30, between 1 and 1:30, and I'll be back on this tomorrow at the end of the day. And as you can hear, no worries, bud. Thanks, Car4. And I think you can actually hear that capacitor is trying to charge itself. And that when you're cleaning the carbon, use very fine and wet and dry sandpaper. That's what I used. That's what that is. That's like 3000 grit. And that's exactly what I tried. Ever so slight. I didn't touch the carbon. I just cleaned the copper tips that make the connection. It's a bit like a stylus to a record. It's the same thing. But that is not making an hissing noise. It completely eliminated that, but you could hear it gradually try to make a connection due to that being that capacitor that's causing the issue. So yeah, I'm going to come back about between 1 and 1:30 tomorrow. I will then hopefully dig some capacitors out, read some of on the Discord messages, and I will come back to this tomorrow. And the main thing is, we did change the lead, so we've got that nasty lead because I wasn't happy with that anyway. And hopefully that we can. So I might have to solder the capacitors round a certain way for it to go in there. But yeah, thanks for the stream, bud. Thanks for literally joining, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for part 2. So take it easy.